Zhao Ming eventually gave up the idea of going out to work because Mu Xingyuan explained the true situation of that factory very clearly. The work there starts at 14 hours a day, and wages are deducted for various reasons. After a month of hard work, you only get 2 or 3,000 yuan. What's more troublesome is that the boss is a local, and people from the surrounding villages are related by marriage. Outsiders have no say at all. Zhao Ming couldn't even understand the local dialect, so if he was really scammed, he could only swallow his grievances. After hearing all this, he immediately sent more than a dozen long voice messages to the middleman. After venting his anger, he blocked him, feeling a sense of relief, but reality only made things heavier. Mu Xingyuan came specifically to the duck products shop to find him. Seeing his dejected look, he tapped on the table. He said he had a part-time job that took up his spare time, and although the pay wasn't much, it was stable. Zhao Ming immediately waved his hand, saying that if he wanted help, he should just say so, and there was no need to pay him. He stood up, turned around, and said that he had hands and feet and could earn money wherever he went. Mu Xingyuan looked at him against the light, his appreciation for the boy growing even stronger. 4 years of university is enough to hone a person, and he had already decided to bring Zhao Ming into the team. He stood up abruptly and asked Zhao Ming to come to the company with him. Zhao Ming wanted to stay for dinner, saying that his mother was preparing to cook. Mu Xingyuan looked at the small electric cooker in the room and told him not to bother the aunt and to eat lunch at the company cafeteria. Zhao Ming knew that Mu Xingyuan owned a company called Cool Play Technology, but he didn't expect it to be so large. As employees passed by, they nodded and called out President Mu, making him walk with a stiff gait. Yu Xiener looked up from the public relations department and saw Mu Xingyuan leading his men in, her expression puzzled. She muttered a teasing comment about Zhao Ming being a little black potato, unaware that Zhao Ming had also recently gotten quite tanned. As soon as the office door opened, the robot Kuyu rushed out, startling Zhao Ming. He crouched down to look at it at eye level, saying he wanted to take it apart to see its internal structure. Upon hearing this, Kuyu immediately retreated, hiding at Mu Xingyuan's feet. Mu Xingyuan asked him if he was interested in robots, but he said he liked taking things apart. He said the scars on his hands were from being electrocuted when he was a child, and Kuyu simply hid under the table and wouldn't come out. This was the first time this guy, who usually acted like a tyrant at the company, had been so timid. Mu Xingyuan brought the people back to handle serious business, so he dialed the internal line to have Hu Zi and Yu Xiener come over. Zhao Ming immediately became reserved upon seeing this. When Yu Xiener walked into the office, he didn't even dare to lift his eyes. Just half a month ago, his world was still about school uniforms, but now, faced with a fitted dress, he froze completely. Mu Xingyuan introduced him as a high school classmate, a good person. Zhao Ming stammered a greeting, and Yu Xiener couldn't help but laugh. Mu Xingyuan arranged for him to join the community operations team, to learn for 2 months first. The arrangements after the start of the semester will be adjusted based on academic progress. Yu Xiener nodded and let him out of the office. That little brother gave Zhao Ming goosebumps, but he still followed her. After the office door closed, Mu Xingyuan told Hu Zi that Zhao Ming was worth nurturing. Tiger agreed, and the two closed the door to discuss work, staying there for the entire day. Lunch was delivered to the office by the secretary. Zhao Ming, on the other hand, was taken to the cafeteria by his operations colleagues. The entire floor had been converted into an employee cafeteria, and the seats were almost full. He gaped and asked why there were so many people in the company. His colleague told him that a group of people would be transferred to Kyoto next month. The core team would all be going, and the number of people at the Haiqing headquarters would be reduced. Zhao Ming's expression turned complicated upon hearing Kyoto. He guessed that Mu Xingyuan might apply to a university in Kyoto, and a sense of disappointment welled up inside him. He even worried that the position had been created for him temporarily. He said he didn't want to cause Mu Xingyuan any trouble. His colleague, however, laughed and said they were desperately short-staffed. He was told to eat quickly, start work that afternoon, and get full pay for the day. 1 second he hesitated. The next he was completely set up. When he saw Mu Xingyuan again, he had a more working-class air about him. He also called him General Manager Mu, like the other colleagues. Mu Xingyuan smiled and asked him if he was adjusting well. Zhao Ming nodded and then shook his head, saying he was adjusting but felt uneasy about earning money. Mu Xingyuan asked him what he found unsettling. He said he was only in charge of group chats and forums, yet he was paid a decent salary. Mu Xingyuan immediately knew he was only seeing the surface. He told Zhao Ming to join more game groups and observe how others operated them. He patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder and said that his understanding was too superficial and he needed to learn more. Zhao Ming nodded blankly, clearly not yet realizing the true significance of this job. Zhao Ming cherishes this job immensely, and after get off work, he proactively studies how other game companies operate their communities. While others relax and watch videos, he analyzes group announcements and activity schedules one by one on his computer. He even bought a similar PC game with his own money, just to figure out how other games retain their players. When the news reached the company, his colleagues immediately transferred the money to him, saying the company could reimburse him. He said he could afford it, but his colleagues reminded him that there was a temporary allowance available, so he didn't have to pay out of his own pocket. Everyone saw his hard work, and even the usually picky Lu Yong nodded in approval. Some people privately remarked that this drive was strikingly similar to their own when they started their businesses. Some even suggested sending Zhao Ming directly to Kyoto to develop the market. Tiger shook his head, saying his score wasn't high enough. He couldn't even cross the threshold. The elders sighed, feeling it was a pity. Just as everyone was engrossed in their work, the day for the college entrance exam results was quietly approaching. The homeroom teacher dropped a message in the class group chat saying, "It's out," which ignited the entire room like a bomb. Countless students and parents sat in front of their computers, their hands trembling as they entered their ID numbers. Mu Xingyuan received a call from home immediately, asking if he had checked his grades. He glanced at the date and then remembered that the scores were released today. He asked the tech team to wait a moment, saying he needed to check his grades. Everyone thought it was another bug, but when they heard it was his college entrance exam results, they all perked up. Someone quietly raised their phone and pointed it at the projector. After successfully logging in, the results section was blank. Some thought it was a network lag and were about to refresh. The next second, someone saw the small print and exclaimed that he had made it into the top 50 in the province. The meeting room erupted in chaos. They knew he was a good student, but they hadn't expected him to be this good. Phone calls kept coming in, so he simply took screenshots and sent them to the group chat. The grades were to be kept confidential for now. The scores would be available in a couple of days. The meeting couldn't continue, so he handed over the follow-up work to the director and left. Good news kept pouring into the class group chat. Besides Mu Xingyuan, Liao Shan's scores were also hidden. DU number 1 middle school produced 2 students in the top 50 of the province, shocking the entire school. The class monitor, Lu Di, scored 674 points, making his chances of getting into Tsinghua or Peking University uncertain. Parents immediately hired a professional team to fill out the college application, fearing they might waste the points. Wu Yu, who is usually unreliable, performed exceptionally well this time and is guaranteed admission to a 211 university. After compiling the statistics, the teachers discovered that 5 students in the advanced class scored above 650 points, and 16 students scored above 600 points. Such a high number of high scores in the same graduating class is almost unheard of in recent years. The advanced class has become an unrepeatable miracle. The homeroom teacher of the neighboring Tsinghua Peking University class looked grim. Their class only had 1 student who had repeated a year, scoring 658 points. Hearing that the advanced class had produced 2 students in the top 50 of the province, he felt a pang of sadness. He pulled out the registration form and logged into Song Xingyu's account. The score of 564 made his vision blur. How could someone who was once the top student in the entire school have fallen to such a state? He was so angry that he smashed his mouse, regretting that he hadn't tried to recruit Mu Xingyuan. On the Song family's side, Song Xingyu was also shocked when he checked his score. He didn't believe it and repeatedly logged out and back in. The result was still 564 points. He turned pale when he saw the group chat discussing how 2 people from next door had made it into the top 50 in the province. He closed the page, pretending nothing had happened. He thought to himself, as long as he didn't say anything, the results would quietly fade away. For days later, the entire city of Haiqing was abuzz. This year's provincial top scorer came from Haichengdu number 1 middle school. In the eyes of the provincial capital's residents, Haicheng was just a small industrial city. They felt that its educational resources were mediocre. This result was a slap in the face to everyone. Neither provincial number 3 middle school nor provincial number 5 middle school produced the top scorer. DU number 1 middle school suddenly became the focus of attention. The Mu family celebrated ostentatiously. The twin hospitals hung up a large banner to congratulate them. The Kong family patriarch requested that the title be changed to grandson of a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. Mu Xing bought a downtown electronic screen to broadcast the good news for a week. The entire pedestrian street looped the announcement of the top scholar's achievement. In an interview, Mu Fanqing lavishly praised her younger brother. When the host asked about the genre of her new drama, she countered by asking how she knew her brother was the top scorer in the province. The audience gasped in surprise, and she even made heart gestures to her fans as a blessing. Mu Qingyan used a year's salary and bonuses to hold a promotion at stores nationwide. Anyone who came to the store to offer their blessings received a free plum juice. Mu Qingyun wanted to take the opportunity to give himself a 3-day break. However, the company's secretary caught him and put him on a ferry for a business trip. Old Rong had been unwell for the past few months, but upon hearing the good news, he perked up completely. He refused to stay cooped up in his hospital room any longer, and whenever Mu Xingyuan visited him, he would drag him around to boast about it. Almost every old man in the ward knew this provincial champion, and the news spread faster than it did on the radio. The Mu family also began planning a formal celebration banquet after the college application process was completed. This news eventually reached the Song family as well. Song Amin has rarely shown his face lately. Ever since he sent Chui Wan to a mental hospital, he's been plotting how to get rid of Song Anya. The sex scandal has caused quite a stir, but it's not a big deal in their circle. Among his peers, he's even been teased for his undiminished virility. He walked into the banquet hall with an air of nonchalance, exchanging pleasantries with acquaintances. Little did he know that from the moment he stepped into the hall, the gazes around him had changed. Everyone in Haicheng's high society knew that Mu Xingyuan was the adopted son the Song family had once driven away. Now that this adopted son had become the provincial top scorer, this matter was like a thorn in everyone's side. The seasoned veterans still wore smiles and wouldn't easily take sides. But the young people didn't have so many scruples. A young man in his early 20s approached Song Anmin with a wine glass in hand. He said he had long admired Mr. Song, his tone polite yet sharp. Song Anmin didn't recognize him, but still shook his hand politely. The young man then began to talk about Song's reforms and even mentioned the company's new media strategy. Song Anmin immediately realized that the man had mistaken him for someone else. His expression darkened slightly, but the other person continued talking. Someone nearby quickly reminded him that this was Song Anmin. The young man feigned sudden realization, saying, "Oh, so it's that President Song." His next words, however, went straight to the point, saying he had heard about Madame Song's situation and offered his condolences. The atmosphere instantly froze. Song Anmin wanted to explode, but couldn't find a reason. The young man changed the subject, saying he hadn't congratulated Mr. Song yet. Song Anmin asked what he was congratulating him on. The man smiled and said, "Congratulations on your adopted son becoming the top scorer in the provincial exam." He even casually asked, "Your own son didn't pass the exam. Is it because you don't like him?" This question struck the room like a slap in the face. Song Anmin looked puzzled, asking what provincial champion he'd heard of. He genuinely didn't know. He'd always assumed Song Xingyu was far superior to Mu Xingyuan. Suddenly, the image of that corporal punishment flashed through his mind. Could the grades have been problematic all along? The young man added. It's normal that President Song is too busy taking care of the extended family to attend to his own. Song Anmin was furious, but was quietly reminded by someone nearby. That was Rong Zhibin's eldest son, Rongyu, who had just returned from abroad. It was the Rong family again. Song Anmin suppressed his anger and said that the younger generation should be polite. Rongyu countered with a question. Wasn't it a matter of shortening one's lifespan to be his elder? His tone was light, yet every word was sharp. The organizers quickly stepped in to smooth things over, inviting Rongyu upstairs. Song On-min was left standing there, his face ashen. As Rong-yu left, he loudly declared that having several sons would be more secure. These words cut through Song On-min's dignity like a knife. He didn't stay at the banquet for long. Regardless of whether others were looking at him, he felt stung. He just wanted to get back quickly to confirm one thing: Song Xingyu's score. Why had the person who had been leading Mu Xingyuan been overtaken so much? The atmosphere in the car was heavy. The driver dared not speak. Suddenly, Song On-min asked who the provincial top scorer in Haiqing was this year. The driver knew the answer, but immediately pretended not to. He said he didn't care about grades. His child was still young. The Song family driver had 3 principles: pretending not to know, pretending to be deaf, and pretending to be blind. Song On-min didn't press the matter further. He stared at the neon lights outside the car window, his face grim. He muttered a curse under his breath. That idiot Pan Ro, she's really ruined me. The driver silently prayed that no one could hear him, but dared not show any expression on his face. Song On-min returned home with a grim face, his anger growing stronger with each passing day. He needed to confirm one thing: what score Song Xingyu had actually achieved. At this moment, Song Xingyu was hiding in his room scrolling through the comments section, acting as if nothing had happened. Ever since Chui Wan was sent to a mental hospital and Pan Ro moved in with the child, he had rarely shown his face at home. He knew very well that he had become superfluous in this family. There was a sudden knock on the door, and his heart skipped a beat. The butler relayed a message from outside, saying that the master wanted him to go to the study. The phone slipped from his hand, and his face instantly turned pale. He pressed his father for details about his mood, but the butler only told him to be careful what he said. At that moment, he knew he couldn't hide it anymore. He even had the absurd thought of escaping the Song family home. But the study was at the end of the corridor, like a wild beast with its mouth open. In his panic, he thought of finding Pan Ro. He begged the butler to call Pan Ro over, saying he would be beaten to death otherwise. The butler hesitated for a moment before agreeing to give it a try. When Song Xingyu entered the study, he deliberately left the door a crack. He saw the ruler in Song On-min's hand, and his heart sank to the bottom. His father told him to kneel, and he did so without hesitation. Song On-min's first question was whether he knew Mu Xingyuan was the provincial top scorer. He whispered that he knew. Then his father asked how many points he scored. He was silent for a second, then the ruler struck him hard. 564 points. The number sliced through the air like a knife. Song On-min, leaning on the table, felt a momentary dizziness. A year ago, he was first in the entire school. Now, he only had a little over 500 points. He couldn't understand it, and he didn't want to accept it. He suddenly stared at his son and asked if he had been cheating on all his exams. This made Song Xingyu look up abruptly. He said he had earned all his grades himself. No sooner had he finished speaking than the ruler struck again. Song On-min roared, "If you have the ability, why didn't you have it during the college entrance exam?" His anger grew with each thought, and the ruler in his hand fell repeatedly. Song Xingyu initially forced herself to kneel upright, but later began to cry and beg for mercy. After the ruler broke, Song On-min pulled out his belt. He struck again and again, showing no mercy. Just then, the butler knocked on Pan Ro's door. She heard a scream from the end of the corridor, and her face changed drastically. She walked to the study door and saw Song On-min in a fit of rage. For a moment, she was so frightened that she fell to the ground. Song Xingyu curled up, crying out in pain, her voice trembling. Song On-min roared at her to get out. She stood outside the door, breathing heavily. Finally, she knocked and went back in. She smiled and said there was chicken soup simmering downstairs. She reminded Song On-min that he hadn't fully recovered and shouldn't get angry. Song On-min looked at her, his anger gradually subsiding. He left her with the instruction that Song Xingyu should kneel for 4 hours every day to reflect on her actions, then turned and left the study. The door closed, and Song Xingyu collapsed onto the carpet. He stared blankly at the dark red stain. Was that blood? Whose blood? The next day at the hospital, Rong-yu was telling old Master Rong about the banquet. He vividly described Song On-min's embarrassing situation. The people inside chuckled softly. Mu Xingyuan looked at him and thought his personality was very similar to his third brother's. When Rong-yu mentioned that Song On-min didn't even know his son's grades, his tone was full of sarcasm. Rong's mother handed him water, saying that her son had become a chatterbox after spending a few years abroad. Old Master Rong was amused and his spirits lifted. Mu Xingyuan sincerely thanked Rongyu, saying he appreciated Rongyu standing up for him. Rongyu waved his hand, saying it was nothing. Since the results were announced, Rong Lao's condition had been improving day by day. After a consultation at the hospital, it was concluded that he could be discharged after a few more days of observation. This also meant that Mu Xingyuan's departure from Haiqing was not far off. After the National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, universities began vying for students, and the Mu family received a barrage of calls. Faced with offers from Tsinghua and Peking universities, the Mu couple did not make the decision for Mu Xingyuan. They respected their son's choice, and he ultimately declined Tsinghua and Peking universities, choosing instead to study robotics engineering at Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. With his volunteer commitments finalized, he embarked on his journey back to Shanghai. Tiger and his group came to the airport to see him off, the atmosphere unusually somber. Before boarding, he glanced at his watch and said her flight should have landed by now. Tiger patted him on the shoulder, saying that with him watching over the Song family, they wouldn't be able to recover. As the plane took off, he took one last look at Haiqing. His second brother asked him if he was reluctant to leave. He said there was nothing to be reluctant about, just that he wouldn't be able to watch the excitement up close anymore. Mu Qingyan asked, puzzled, what excitement was happening at the Song family again. He smiled faintly and said, of course there is. Since Song Xingyu is so useless, then he'll bring back a stronger ally for him. He'd said from the beginning that in this fight, he wasn't after anyone's victory. He wanted both sides to be severely injured, their families destroyed. Meanwhile, on the other side of Haiqing Airport, a girl in a white dress walked out of the gate with an impatient expression. She wore a straw hat and sunglasses, exuding a strong aura. The man beside her pushed their luggage, coaxing her in a low voice. Just 6 months ago, he was a notorious playboy in Kyoto, but now he appeared docile. Hirong stood beside Song Yuchi, seemingly a different person. He told her to be careful of her stomach, his tone full of concern. Song Yuchi found him annoying and told him to stop acting. His expression froze for a moment, then quickly returned to a smile. He said he was sincere, but she didn't believe a word he said. She had witnessed how he feigned weakness to take advantage of the situation and eliminate the collateral branches of the He family. She had no intention of loving any man. She closed her eyes and ignored him. The car swayed slightly, and she frowned slightly. Hirong immediately warned the driver that if the car kept swaying, he wouldn't be able to go to work. The driver could only smile wryly. The car finally came to a smooth stop in front of the Song family's house. The unfamiliar license plate made the security guard hesitate until the window rolled down. Song Yuchi coldly told him to open the door. The guard recognized her and immediately let her in. She walked into the living room, where the silence was eerily quiet. The housekeeper came forward, but stopped talking when she saw Hirong. She asked where her father was and learned he was in the study. She didn't go upstairs, but went straight to the sofa. She said she wasn't feeling well and asked her father to come down. She also asked that wretched woman's child to come down with her. The housekeeper's heart tightened. She knew trouble was brewing again. Upstairs, Pan Ro had just put her child to sleep, but her mind was in turmoil. She had witnessed Song Xingyu being beaten and had heard the servants recount the past. Even Mu Xingyuan was beaten so badly, he almost had to be hospitalized back then. What if it were her child's turn? For the first time, she began to doubt her choice. The housekeeper came upstairs to inform her that someone had arrived in the living room. She glanced at her sleeping child, sighed, and went downstairs. The elevator was going down, so she took the spiral staircase instead. In the living room, Song Yuchi saw Song Xingyu, who had been beaten, and mocked him. She said he deserved to be beaten for doing so poorly on the exam. She also scolded him for not being able to protect his mother. After becoming pregnant, her feelings towards Chui Wan became more complicated. This trip back to Haiqing was with the He family's backing. She turned to Song Anmin and asked where her mother had been sent. Song Anmin wasn't afraid in front of his daughter, but Hirong standing behind her spoke volumes. His status was different now, and he dared not put on airs. He explained that Chui Wan was mentally unstable, citing hospital reports. Song Yuchi interrupted him, saying, "Stop talking nonsense. She pointed to Pan Ro on the stairs, saying that her father just wanted a share of the inheritance. The atmosphere instantly became tense. Pan Ro stood on the stairs, assessing the situation before choosing to remain silent. She knew this man was no ordinary person. She had no intention of pointing a gun at her. Chapter 206 Twin Hospitals. Song Yuchi looked directly at her father. We can settle your issues later. Now tell me, where did you send my mother? Song Xingyu, standing to the side, watched the scene unfold before her. Suddenly, I had an epiphany. Song Anmin wasn't incapable of resistance. All you needed to do was be more powerful, more ruthless, and more resourceful than him, and he would naturally submit. As expected, Song Anmin could not keep it a secret and told Song Yuchi the address of the mental hospital. Mu Xingyuan's plane arrived in Shanghai, and he was getting into his car to return to the Mu residence. I received the latest message directly from Tiger. Song Yuchi has already gone to the mental hospital where Cui Wan is and picked her up. However, Cui Wan seemed to have genuinely developed mental problems. After leaving the mental hospital, the group went directly to the hospital invested in by the Song family to give Cui Wan a comprehensive medical examination. Mu Xingyuan only glanced at his phone briefly. My attention was drawn back to reality. Little Moon, sitting next to him, snorted to express her dissatisfaction when she saw him holding his phone. The father in the passenger seat would also offer a word of advice whenever he remembered something. Your grandfather has recently taken to raising birds again. When you get back, you'll definitely remember how good-looking his birds are. Upon hearing that his son was returning today, Mu Xing immediately put aside all his company business. It's not appropriate for him to leave his post at Kangyun Hospital without permission, so as a father, he has to be proactive. Mu Xingyuan, who had been neglected for more than a decade. It will take some getting used to this kind of life where you're treated like a precious gem and showered with affection by your whole family as soon as you get home. When they arrived at the Kong family's residence, it goes without saying that all the members of the Kong family from 3 generations in Shanghai who could be invited came, making it as lively as Chinese New Year. Mu Xingyuan's return after being missing for so many years was already quite remarkable, and now he has also become the top scorer in the provincial exam. He has become a new role model for the children in the family. His previous role model was his second brother, who was once known as a prodigy in traditional Chinese medicine. Look at your brother Xingyuan. He got the top score in the province. What did you get on your final exams this semester? The one being scolded is the eldest uncle's youngest son, who has just started junior high school. Seeing the child whose ear was being twisted by his mother, Mu Xingyuan awkwardly clenched his hands, feeling sorry for his younger brother whom he had just met. People take 6 subjects in the college entrance exam. You can't even remember the names of a few medicinal herbs. The girl who was scolded and cried was the younger sister from her maternal uncle's family, who was being groomed as the heir to the Kong family's golden needle technique. Of course, the older ones didn't escape either. The elder brother, who is now a cadre, received a disdainful look from his professor mother. I don't even want to talk about you. You're just lucky that the guy who ranked first back then didn't pass the political review. Otherwise, would you be sitting in this position now? This is all ancient history. Give me some face and don't bring it up in front of your younger siblings. Mu Xingyuan gave a fake smile. It's over, completely over. He has offended all his peers. This meal appeared to be all praise, but in reality, only Mu Xingyuan suffered greatly. Kong Yin only returned to the Kong family home to pick up her son after finishing her work. The moment Mu Xingyuan saw his biological mother, his eyes lit up. Did you have fun, son? Are you staying at your grandpa's house tonight? Mu Xingyuan clenched his fists and shook his head frantically. No. He was afraid that someone might sneak into his house in the middle of the night and beat him up. It wasn't until he lay in his own bed that night that Mu Xingyuan felt he could catch his breath. Although the day was busy, it felt surreal. The closeness he felt to his maternal grandfather's side of the family was something he had never experienced before. He realized that this was what the affection between close relatives should be like. Relaxed, Mu Xingyuan picked up his phone and saw a new message that Hu Zi had just sent. Is it convenient to make a phone call? Unaware of what had happened to him since he left Haiqing, Mu Xingyuan didn't hesitate and dialed the number directly. Tiger's voice sounded strange on the other end of the phone. Boss, Cui Wan's test results are in. Sensing something was wrong, Mu Xingyuan sat up. What's wrong? Is something the problem? After Song Yuqi arrived today, she kept shouting that there were evil spirits around when she saw her daughter. Song Yuqi noticed something was wrong and took her to the hospital for a checkup. A 30mm pituitary tumor has grown in his brain. These words immediately silenced Mu Xingyuan. Although Cui Wan's various behaviors seemed to others to indicate that she had mental problems, no one considered that her problems were actually pathological. The Song family has annual physical examinations, so how come it wasn't detected? The Song family's physical examinations are always scheduled for June or July. It has been exactly 6 months since the last examination. The doctor has reviewed the previous reports and suspects that the growth rate of the tumor in her brain is relatively fast. He also recommends that she have surgery as soon as possible. At this moment, Mu Xingyuan's feelings were also very complicated. It's one thing to constantly hope for someone's death, but it's another feeling when their life is actually counting down. Do you know whether it's benign or malignant? It's most likely benign, but we'll need to cut it open and examine the pathology report to know for sure. Mu Xingyuan said, okay, though he himself didn't know what he meant by it. Hu Zi continued to relay the information he had gathered to Mu Xingyuan from the other side. Her condition is complicated. The surgery requires her to have a craniotomy while she is awake. Song Yuqi wants to send her to the best hospital in the country for brain surgery. Mu Xingyuan looked at the pitch-black night and nodded unconsciously. The best hospitals in the country are the twin hospitals run by my mother. Yes. After hanging up the phone, Mu Xingyuan leaned against the windowsill with both hands and continued to look out the window. Fate is not in anyone's control. Even though he had already distanced himself from Haiqing and the Song family, he still got involved with them again. The Song family of Haiqing. After the test results came out, Cui Wan was immediately admitted to the hospital. Song Xingyu went to accompany her. Song Yuqi returned to the Song family home, threw the results on the table, and said, "Take a look." When Song Anmin saw that Cui Wan had a tumor in her brain, his hands trembled. How could she have something like that growing on her? Song Yuqi sneered. Isn't it because you made me angry? No, this won't do. Arrange a checkup for me tomorrow too. Seeing his father's fear of death, Song Yuqi rolled her eyes and leaned on the sofa with one hand. I've inquired, and the best doctor in China who can perform this surgery is Kong Su, the vice president of the twin hospitals. Twin hospitals? Song Anmin asked in surprise. Yes, Mu Xingyuan's mother runs the twin hospitals. Kong Su is Kong Yun's third brother. Upon hearing this, Song Anmin shook his head repeatedly. This hospital is no good. Our family has a grudge against them, so we definitely can't go to this hospital. Of course I know how you treated her son back then, Song Yuqi said with a very cold expression. Therefore you absolutely must, sincerely apologize to Mu Xingyuan and Kong Yun. Song Yuqi gently tapped the edge of the sofa. My mother can't die. Chapter 207 What bad things can a child do? When Kong Yun heard that the Song family was looking for someone to send Cui Wan to the twin hospital for treatment, he slammed his fist on the table and stood up, saying, Impossible. She can go to whoever she wants for treatment. Coming to my hospital? No way. The Song family certainly didn't have the ability or connections to persuade Kong Yun to come. However, Song Yuqi is now backed not by the Song family, but by the He family. Once the He family gets involved, this matter will be resolved. That makes things more complicated. Going back a few generations, the He family and Mu Ruliang were comrades in arms. To put it more recently, Mu Jin, the third sister of Mu Xing, who is involved in politics, and the second son of Old Madam, he are also in the same camp. What's more, this time, for the sake of this granddaughter-in-law, Old Madam, he even personally went to plead with Old Master Kong Yun, who had always insisted on this. It wouldn't be good to put my nearly 100-year-old grandfather in the middle, caught in the middle and in a dilemma. Besides, the He family knows how to conduct themselves. Knowing that the Mu family needed to expand their network in Kyoto because Mu Xingyuan was going to study there, He Rong directly contacted Mu Qingyun, who was currently working in Kyoto, and through the introduction of the He family, he also established connections with some families there. Now that things have come to this point, Cui Wan has no choice but to be admitted as a patient, even if she doesn't want to. However, Kong Yun always felt guilty towards her son. Noticing that her mother had been looking worried lately, Mu Xingyuan took the initiative to find Kong Yun. Kong Yun, who was busy with an emergency patient and didn't get home until after 9 p.m., unexpectedly saw Mu Xingyuan after getting into the car. His eyes seemed to light up. "Son, why didn't you call your mother when you got here?" Mu Xingyuan reached out to help his mother up. "Before I came, Dad told me to be prepared for you to work overtime. How could I dare to disturb our Dean Kong?" Hearing the teasing in his tone, Kong Yun pinched his nose. He's even learned to be sarcastic and sarcastic. The mother and son chatted casually for a bit. Once the car reached the main road, Mu Xingyuan turned the conversation to the main business. "Mom, is Chui Wan coming to the twin hospital?" Kong Yun paused in her stroking of her son's hand. She wasn't mentally prepared to talk to Mu Xingyuan about this, and she didn't expect her son to bring it up first. "I haven't agreed yet." Unexpectedly, Mu Xingyuan suddenly raised his hand and gently stroked his mother's hair at her temple. "You must be under a lot of pressure lately." These words brought tears to the mother's eyes. She shook her head and said, "Mom isn't under any pressure. I'm just worried that you'll be wronged. What grievance have I suffered? This is a society governed by law now. Only my mother's profession can legally and legitimately stab her in the back for me," Mu Xingyuan said, making a small gesture as he spoke. This made Kong Yun laugh, and she patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Don't talk nonsense. I'm telling the truth." Mu Xingyuan's eyes were full of seriousness. "I heard it all from my father. If you agree to perform the surgery on her, the He family has promised us a lot of benefits. We'll make a profit. Mom feels sorry for you. Then Mom, you'll have to bear with it for a little while. I won't feel wronged anymore." Mu Xingyuan teased her on purpose. After a long time, when they were almost at the Mu residence, Mu Xingyuan suddenly spoke again. "Mom, will you be there when I have this surgery? Her surgery is very risky, and I will work with your uncle to complete it. Then please take a good look at her and see how her brain is structured. Is it the same as a normal person's?" Mu Xingyuan did not look at his mother when he said this. Instead, it landed outside the window. "If you're just like any other normal person, how could you have done such a thing to yourself back then?" Kong Yun gently stroked her son's head, her eyes filled with heartache. Mid-July, Chui Wan was transferred from Haiqing Hospital to Shuangzi Hospital for treatment. Only Song Yuqi and Song Xingyu followed. Song Yuqi was pregnant, and it was during the most uncomfortable period of her pregnancy. Song Xingyu was the only one accompanying the patient at the hospital. He knew that the hospital was owned by Mu Xingyuan's mother, and he also knew that if it weren't for his second brother-in-law, He Rong, asking his family to help him find connections, Chui Wan wouldn't even be able to get into the hospital. Song Xingyu often stands by the window and looks at the central garden behind the building. The central garden of this hospital is comparable in size to the botanical garden in Haiqing. I heard there is also a sanatorium behind it, where all the important people live. As Song Xingyu watched, she would chuckle to herself. He used to be like the frog at the bottom of the well. In his narrow-minded view, the Song family seemed to be the center of the universe. He knew the gap between himself and Mu Xingyuan. They thought it was just that one was the young master of the Song family who had been missing for a few years, and the other was the young master of the Mu family who had been missing for a few years. That was all. Looking at it now, it's ridiculous. There was a knock on the door. The attending physician was making his routine rounds. "How are you feeling today? Do you have any symptoms of dizziness or vomiting?" Song Xingyu quickly got up. "I threw up once this morning." The person behind the attending physician promptly made a record. "A few more tests need to be done before the surgery. The nurse will come over and give you the time and the form. Be there on time." "Okay." Song Xingyu watched the medical team leave. Turning to look at Chui Wan, who was sleeping soundly with her eyes closed on the bed, he cleared his mind of all the random thoughts. I just hope his mother can get through this difficult time smoothly. The Song family of Haiqing. When Song Yuhua finally returned home for summer vacation, she only heard that her mother was sick. My second sister, who hasn't been back for a long time, is managing the family like a mother. She still had to attend her extracurricular classes at the scheduled times. But not long afterward, Song Yuhua discovered that her second sister and mother had all left. Only her father remained at home. A beautiful woman who came to their house with her child. In Song Yuhua's mind, her father didn't care what she did on a daily basis. Now that her mother, brother, and sister are not at home, doesn't Song Yuhua have the final say in the household? Chui Wan arrived in Shanghai on her second day. Song Yu stopped attending any extracurricular classes and even stopped going to the art studio. The teacher tried calling Chui Wan, but her phone was always switched off. After several unsuccessful attempts to contact her, they gave up. Anyway, I've already taken the money. They're rich, so they probably don't care about a few pennies. Completely free-spirited, Song Yuhua became a little tyrant in the Song residence. The two youngest children of the Song family inevitably ended up together. At first, Song Yu was quite happy to have a new playmate. Little brother, where's little brother? When is little brother coming down to play? Song Yushu would look for Pan Zicheng as soon as he opened his eyes, and he would call him little brother affectionately. This scene made Song Anmin feel much better. What he wanted to see was the way the children were like brothers, showing affection and respect to each other. Song Yuhua took the initiative to lead Pan Zicheng to play. This also made Pan Ro lower her guard. Her first impression of Song Yuhua was that she was kidnapped by Song Yushu, and after Song Yushu was arrested, she cried and made a fuss about finding her sister. In her mind, Song Yuhua is depicted as a child. What bad things could a child possibly do? Chapter 2:08 I miss her. But what Pan Ro didn't know was, every time Pan Zicheng was playing, he would suddenly run to find Pan Ro, calling out, "Mom." This had already made Song Yuhua unhappy. At first, Song Yuhua deliberately arranged for Pan Zicheng to fall. Pan Ro looked at the scrapes on her son's knee. Although she felt sorry for him, she knew that it was normal for children to bump and bruise each other while playing. Don't cry, let your sister take you to play on the slide. Song Yuhua, standing next to her, was wearing a little Western-style dress, smiling with her lips pursed and her eyes wide open, looking adorably harmless. Don't worry, Auntie, I will take good care of my little brother. Pan Ro squatted down and gently patted Song Yuhua's head. Yuhua is such a good girl. Song Anmin, who was coming downstairs and saw this scene, was moved. I can't believe Yuhua has grown up so much. As he spoke, he put his arm around Pan Ro's waist in front of the child. You and Zicheng will have me from now on, so you won't have to work so hard anymore. Pan Ro just smiled when she heard this. Neither of the two adults noticed that Song Yuhua, who seemed to be playing around, had overheard their conversation. The smile on her face had vanished when she looked at Pan Zicheng again. So I wasn't Dad's youngest child after all, you were. Pan Zicheng, oblivious to what was happening, turned his head and reached out. Sister, come quickly. The day the accident happened, Pan Ro was accompanying Song Anmin at the hospital for a physical examination. Suddenly, Pan Ro received a call from her nanny. Hearing what the nanny said on the phone, Pan Ro's heart almost stopped. Her gaze was somewhat unfocused as she looked at Song Anmin. Zicheng, something happened to Zicheng. Song Anmin, who had just had his blood drawn, pressed one hand against a band-aid. What could possibly happen to him at home? Pan Ro's loud shout startled Song Anmin, who was speaking slowly and deliberately. Song Yuhua pushed Zicheng into the pool. The child is drowning. Fortunately, the housekeeper called an ambulance in time. They were taken to the emergency room of the hospital where they lived. Before the ambulance arrived, the housekeeper checked the surveillance footage and found that Pan Zicheng had not been in the water for long enough to cause brain damage. Pan Ro also saw the surveillance footage. The surveillance footage shows Song Yuhua pushing Pan Zicheng into the pool from behind. When she saw Pan Zicheng trying to get up by the side, she pushed his head back down. This is murder. This is murder. The last time I watched the surveillance footage, I saw Chui Wan splash dog blood on her son. This time, watching the surveillance footage, he witnessed Chui Wan's daughter trying to kill her own son. Pan Ro broke down in tears, covering her face and sobbing. It's all my fault. How could I let my son be alone with her? Song Anmin tried to comfort her, but the emotionally agitated Pan Ro kept hitting her head with her fists, saying, It's all my fault. Sharo, listen to me. In her panic, Pan Ro suddenly looked up at Song Anmin. If anything happens to my son, I'll make her pay with her life. Okay. Song Anmin hurriedly tried to calm Pan Ro, who was losing control of her emotions. It's probably just kids having a falling out. It's nothing serious. A slap. Both of them were stunned. Pan Ro glanced at her outstretched hand, and she had no regrets about slapping Song On-min. Song Yuhua is attempting murder. I'm calling the police. Pan Ro held up the surveillance footage on her phone and shoved it in Song On-min's face. At this moment, the aura emanating from Pan Ro was that of a mother's instinct to protect her child, which forced Song On-min to back down. I will make it up to Zicheng. We are all family. Why call the police? Song On-min frowned. Why did one or two of them have to call the police at the drop of a hat? Song Yuhua was only a few years old. If the police were called, wouldn't it be the adults who would bear the responsibility? Okay, you can tell me the compensation. Pan Ro nodded repeatedly, but her anger had not subsided at all. Other people's children have houses when they want them, shares when they want them, and they can receive income from family trusts every year. What about our Zicheng? His return to his father's side resulted in him being splashed with dog blood and nearly drowning. At this moment, Pan Ro was extremely agitated. In a daze, Song On-min actually saw Chui Wan's shadow in her. I know you're upset. Let's go home and talk it out. Pan Ro shook off his hand. Who wants to go home with you? Song On-min, let me tell you, Zicheng and I don't want anything from you anymore. Once Zicheng recovers, I will take him away from Haiqing. She was remarkably calm when she said the second half of that sentence. This startled Song On-min. Where can a weak woman like you go with a child? Going anywhere is better than waiting to die at the Song family's house. Song On-min has been spending a lot of time with Pan Ro lately. He wouldn't admit it, but he had already developed a slight dependence on her. They tried their best to persuade Pan Ro to stay. Fortunately, Pan Zicheng was discovered in time, and his lungs only had some inflammation. However, Pan Ro still insisted that the matter had to be reported to the police. Song On-min was helpless. So, don't say I didn't give Zicheng anything. I own 20% of the Song Group shares, and he and Xingyu each own 10%. In addition, the apartment we used to live in, plus the villa in West City, will all be transferred to your name. How about I take you to pick up a car tomorrow? Pan Ro glanced at Song On-min. She thought that she would only be able to get the money from Song On-min after he divorced Chui Wan. Unexpectedly, by a twist of fate, she and Pan Zicheng were able to obtain some items ahead of schedule. Pan Ro pretended to be aggrieved, but after Song On-min offered to give her something, she didn't mention calling the police again. After Pan Zicheng finished his injection, the three of them returned to the Song residence. Song Yuhua, with tears streaming down her face, was the first to come forward, trying to hug Pan Ro's leg. Pan Ro took a step back warily, hiding behind Song On-min, listening to the little girl crying loudly in front of her. Auntie, I'm sorry. I wanted to play with my little brother. I didn't expect him to fall into the water. The surveillance footage clearly shows that she pushed the person into the water. Pan Ro was only focused on coaxing Pan Zicheng and ignored Song Yuhua's words. Song On-min gripped the other woman's shoulders and stared directly at his youngest daughter. Tell Dad the truth. Did you do this on purpose? Song Yuhua shook his head, weeping. I didn't do it on purpose. My younger brother said he wanted to go to the pool to play. When I didn't take him, he started to throw a tantrum. I tried to hold on to him, but couldn't, and he fell in. If it weren't for the surveillance footage, Pan Ro would have actually believed her, given her ability to fabricate lies. She casually remarked from behind, maybe we should call the police. Song On-min quickly turned to comfort her. Why don't you carry Zicheng upstairs first, and I'll ask him. I watched as Pan Ro went upstairs. Song On-min's face hardened. Do you know there are security cameras in this yard? You're still lying here. Unexpectedly, Song Yuhua possessed extremely strong mental fortitude. She vehemently denied that she had pushed Pan Zicheng. I love my younger brother the most. He's the only one in the family who plays with me. Why would I want to hurt him? After she finished speaking, she looked at Song On-min with feigned innocence. Dad, where's Mom? I miss her. My younger brother has his mother to comfort him, but what about my mother? Chapter 209, can it be mass-produced? Song Yuhua's words reminded Song On-min of how he had forcibly sent Chui Wan, who had a brain tumor, to a mental hospital. Feeling a little guilty, I let go of his hand. You've already learned to harm people at such a young age. Go back to your room. Don't loiter downstairs if you don't have to. Pan Ro, who was on the third floor, did not return to her room. Instead, she stood in the corridor listening to Song On-min's voice downstairs. After hearing the other party's ruling, she carried Pan Zicheng back to her room, her face full of disappointment. Equity transfer is no small matter. Mu Xingyuan heard about Song Onmin transferring the shares to Pan Ro's name immediately. He is currently resting with Little Moon in her studio. Upon hearing this, he stood up and walked to the window. Chui Wan and Song Yuqi are both in Shanghai right now, which is a good opportunity. Do you know how Pan Ro persuaded Song Onmin? Tiger had already found out the details before making the call. Song Yuhua caused Pan Ziqing to drown, almost losing his life. In order to appease Pan Ro and her son, Song Onmin not only gave them shares, but also real estate. Mu Xingyuan frowned upon hearing Hu Zi's words. Song Yuhua? She harmed Pan Ziqing. Yes, I heard that the surveillance cameras captured it all. Pan Ro insisted on calling the police after receiving the footage, but Song Onmin made these promises to calm her down. The scene described by Hu Zi. This suddenly reminded Mu Xingyuan of Song Yuhua's childhood. The reason he gave Song Yuhua a rabbit doll was because Song Yuhua had bought a gray rabbit at a charity event organized by the kindergarten. She named it Hope, and the first thing she did after school every day was to look at Hope. But one day, when Mu Xingyuan returned home, Song Yuhua suddenly rushed towards him with her arms covered in wounds, telling him that Hope was dead. The gray rabbit named Hope was strangled to death by Song Yuhua. However, the child described how she wanted to feed the rabbit, but the rabbit wouldn't open its mouth. She thought the rabbit was choking on something, so she pinched its throat. Song Yuhua was crying very sadly at the time. She was so small that she wasn't even as tall as Mu Xingyuan's leg. After managing to utter a complete sentence, she nearly collapsed from crying. At that time, Mu Xingyuan was only concerned about his younger sister and didn't care about anything else. Later, Mu Xingyuan realized that something was wrong with what happened that day. He never painted any more living creatures for Song Yu, but instead gave her a gray rabbit doll holding a peace bead. Unexpectedly, after many years, Song Yu's target became a child. Some people are born evil, and their inherent malice will not diminish as they grow older. If Song Yuhua continues like this, he might become even more obsessive and terrifying than Song Yushu. Tiger nodded in agreement. How do the Song family raise their children? Tiger suddenly realized halfway through his sentence, you don't count. Boss, I wasn't talking about you. Little Moon, who was drawing intently, seemed to sense her younger brother's gaze upon her. She suddenly looked up and smiled at him. Mu Xingyuan, who was frowning, didn't even realize that his brows relaxed the moment he saw the moon smile. I was in charge of Song Yu's painting before, and he never did anything out of line. The Song family is in complete chaos right now, and I'm afraid no one has the patience to deal with her. Tiger's antenna instantly stood up. Boss, you won't go soft on me, will you? Mu Xingyuan was silent for a moment, then said, No, my sister is Little Moon. I know where I should focus my attention. Tiger breathed a sigh of relief, then heard another instruction. I have some new ideas for upgrading Cool Play. I'm not comfortable with having it delivered by express courier. If any of you have time to come to Shanghai, please bring it over directly. Oh. Tiger sighed inwardly upon hearing this. With Cool Play gone, it's no wonder the girls in the company are making a fuss with me. Who would have thought that the first person to be stationed overseas wouldn't be any member of the management team, but rather the little robot, Cool Play? Tiger said he was reluctant to see Cool Play leave the company. However, he always carried out Mu Xingyuan's arrangements immediately. The next day, an engineer was arranged to take Cool Play to Shanghai. After a 3-hour drive, the Mu family's driver was already waiting at the airport, carefully taking the suitcase and placing it securely in the trunk. Turning around, I saw a tall man, nearly 1.8 meters tall, adjusting his glasses and wiping away tears. The driver was startled. Are you feeling unwell? No, I just can't bear to part with Cool Play. We've been partners for so long, and it's just gone like that. The driver pointed to the trunk with a puzzled look on his face. You mean this? The engineer nodded and cried even harder. Kuyu, I will miss you, and everyone in the company will remember you. The driver, who had no idea that Cool Play was a robot, got goosebumps all over. What on earth did their young master have him pick up? A body cannot fit entirely into a box like this. Did they dismember him? The driver's legs were trembling as he thought about it more and more. Unexpectedly, the engineer continued. You shouldn't start up halfway through, don't worry. I have other plans, so I won't be going to see President Mo. It won't get up halfway through. The driver held onto the trunk to keep steady. Wait a minute. The engineer had already covered his face and run away, leaving the driver bewildered in the wind. I don't know whether I should drive to the Mu family's house or the police station. Fortunately, the driver trusted the Mu family's character and drove the car to the Mu family's residence despite his trembling legs. Little Moon was waiting downstairs early on, and when she saw the driver return, she called out loudly to her younger brother. Mu Xingyuan also rushed out. The driver opened the trunk and, while holding the box, couldn't help but fantasize again. This weight doesn't seem like that of an adult. Could it be a child? Thank you, master. Mu Xingyuan's sudden words startled the driver, who was about to put the box on the ground when his hand slipped and the box fell to the ground. This sudden event also startled Mu Xingyuan. Fortunately, he was aware of the weight-bearing capacity of the cool play and knew that a fall from this distance would not cause any problems. I'm so sorry, young master. Are the things inside all right? The driver said in a trembling voice, looking like he might burst into tears at any moment. Mu Xingyuan simply opened the box on the spot and pressed the power button, letting the cool play come out on its own. My goodness, my bones are about to fall apart. I don't know who it's been hanging out with lately, but it's picked up a Shaanxi accent. Seeing its condition, Mu Xingyuan knew that the little thing was perfectly fine. It's okay, a fall at this distance won't cause any harm. The driver stared wide-eyed as the round little machine ran up to Little Moon and fawned over her. Is this a robot? His name is Cool Play. The driver, frozen in place, recalled the engineer calling him Cool Game over and over again and gritted his teeth inwardly. This young man really scared me to death. This was the first time Mu Xing and Kang Yun had seen the robot their son had made. That's incredibly strange, especially watching Cool Play clown around and showing off his various skills. Mu Xing couldn't help but point at Cool Play and ask his son, can it be mass-produced? Arrange one for me too. Chapter 210 Able to Achieve Great Things. Looking at the Cool Play that ran back to his feet, Mu Xingyuan did consider the issue of mass production. However, Cool Play is designed as a home-use robot. His tests will be more rigorous, especially regarding his interactions with children. The proliferation of various digital products has replaced some parents in spending time with their children, which will inevitably lead to certain problems over time. What if the companion that has been with you since childhood becomes a robot with an extremely vast amount of knowledge? Whether it will truly benefit a child's development is a difficult question to answer. Even with various permissions set, there will also be a lot of problems to deal with during this period. In the end, Mu Xingyuan looked at Cool Play and shook his head. Cool Play is not perfect enough without mass production. Cool Play is not yet perfect, is Mu Xingyuan's usual excuse. However, the little guy had only been living in the Mu family's house for a few days. It won the hearts of the whole family. Even when Mu Xingyuan wanted to disassemble the machine to replace some parts, Kuyu would scream like a pig being slaughtered. Even the butler couldn't help but want to stop them. Mu Xingyuan shook his head helplessly. See? I told you you're still a long way from mass production. The clever Kuyu's eyes crinkled into a smile, but before he could say anything more, Mu Xingyuan pressed the power button. To facilitate installation and disassembly, the material used for the current Cool Play shell is not very impact resistant. An adult male could easily split it open with a cleaver. Mu Xingyuan has also been searching for new materials for its shell, while he was busy with his own things. Chuiwan's surgery was also scheduled for the end of July. When the message was sent back to Haiqing, Song Anmin didn't even seem to intend to go to Shanghai. Are you kidding? That's the Mu family's territory. He's not going there. Would he just be waiting to be humiliated? Meanwhile, Huzi also found the person Mu Xingyuan had been looking for. Or rather, it wasn't that Tiger found it, but rather that it popped up on its own. On the day of the Cool Game routine meeting, Mu Xingyuan was just about to enter the online meeting room. Tiger snatched it away. Boss, he's here. This abrupt remark startled Mu Xingyuan, who appeared. Pan Ro's first love and ex-boyfriend, Yin Jinlei. The search for Pan Ro was arranged by Mu Xingyuan after he had investigated her information, right after Pan Ro returned to Haiqing. There's been no news for so long. Mu Xingyuan thought that this person was probably lost forever, but he didn't expect the other party to appear at this critical moment. Where was he found? Where is he now? Pan Ro was willing to give up her stable life at home and follow him to Haiqing to work hard, so their relationship was undoubtedly very strong. If Song Anmin hadn't interfered, the two had long since settled into the sweet life of an ordinary young couple. The reason we haven't been able to find him for so long is because he left Haiqing after Pan Ro left and started working at a magazine in Kyoto. Mu Xingyuan sent a new message in the group, announcing that the meeting would be postponed by half an hour. Huzi continued, I went back to Haiqing this time because I saw that video circulating online and learned that Pan Ro had come back to see Song Anmin again. After saying that, he looked at the video screen mysteriously. Guess how we met him? Mu Xingyuan smiled and said, how else could we have run into him? You must have bumped into him when you were following Song Anmin and Pan Ro. Tiger gave a thumbs up. It has to be you. Fortunately, Yin Jinlei was a devoted lover, which allowed Mu Xingyuan to continue with this move. Create opportunities for him and Pan Ro. Mu Xingyuan twirled the pen in his hand 1.5 times. I couldn't help but complain to Tiger. Pan Ro is a fool too. Instead of hurrying to find a place to cash out and run away, she really plans to serve Song Anmin for the rest of her life. After Cui Wan's surgery, Song Yuqi brought her back from Shanghai, and the first person he dealt with was her. Tiger nodded in agreement. Isn't she the kind of person people often talk about online these days? Someone who's obsessed with love? What kind of brain is this? A brain that's all about love. A brain that's all about love is just a pig's brain. If we really wait for Cui Wan and the others to return to Haiqing, things might not go so smoothly then. Urged on by Mu Xingyuan, Huzi created opportunities for them even when he didn't have them, and finally managed to reconnect Yin Jinlei and Pan Ro. After living half a lifetime, he returned to find that his first love had given birth to someone else's child. Yin Jinlei is suffering. He was suffering inside, but he couldn't let go. One person with a love-struck mindset might make things go wrong, but two people with love-struck mindsets can achieve great things. Pan Ro, whose feelings for Song Anmin had already cooled, saw her first love shed his youthful naivete and become mature and manly. That heart, after all, began to beat again for Yin Jinlei. At first, Pan Ro hesitated a little. Who knew that when she took Pan Zicheng to the amusement park in the mall by herself, the child ran away right under her nose. Pan Ro, frantically searching for her child, found Pan Zicheng and saw Yin Jinlei squatting on the ground, gently rubbing Pan Zicheng's knees that had hurt from running around, while looking at the child at eye level and softly comforting him. We little men aren't afraid, right? Pan Ro couldn't help but stop and stare. Song Anmin is old now. When he goes out carrying a child, people will even ask if he is the child's grandfather. He knew nothing about educating children. All he knew was hitting, scolding, and reprimanding. He would never squat down and talk to Pan Zicheng. But Yin Jinlei is different. He is young, gentle, considerate, and likes children. The only downside is that I don't have money. But Pan Ro is rich now. Pan Ro, who already had a vague idea in her mind, watched as Yin Jinlei, who was not far away, coaxed Pan Zicheng and picked up the child to walk towards her. It must be too tiring for you to take him out to play by yourself. Next time you can't manage, just call me. Pan Ro smiled politely at Yin Jinlei. You still have to go to work. It must be difficult for you to ask for leave. Oh dear. Yin Jinlei shook Pan Zicheng to make him laugh. When you're young, you don't know anything. You're afraid of losing your job and not being able to support your family. You can give up anything when it comes to work. I never thought I would lose the person I should cherish the most. Pan Ro, not daring to meet his gaze, looked away and instead looked at Pan Zicheng, who was being held. I know what's done is done. I know you're back, so I applied for a transfer to work in Haiqing. Just come to me if you need anything. Tiger's underlings, who were disguised as staff members distributing flyers, overheard the conversation between the two and couldn't help but sigh. Brother, you really have a mouth. You always speak your mind. Yin Jinlei's frankness and directness caught Pan Ro off guard. That evening, they returned to the Song family home. Song Anmin did not appear downstairs until Pan Zicheng fell asleep. He reeked of alcohol after the party and had a unique perfume scent on him. It's unclear how long he had been hugging people for the smell to linger on his clothes. Butler, where's my blood pressure? Pan Ro stood to one side wearing a red silk slip dress. Looking quietly at Song On-min lying on the sofa, I suddenly understood what netizens meant when they said he looked like an old man. Chapter 2:11 A clean break. Since Choi-won was diagnosed with a brain tumor. But Song On-min was frightened and started checking his blood pressure and blood sugar every few days. Even a sneeze makes me want to be hospitalized. Especially in terms of diet, all ingredients must be purely organic and additive-free, with less oil, salt, and sugar. He lives like this, and he even demands that his whole family do the same. Pan-ro couldn't take it anymore after 3 days. When Pan Ziching started nagging her to go out for fries, she took the child and left the Song family by car. Song On-min knew that she had taken the child out. He couldn't vent his frustrations on Pan-ro, so he just complained to the housekeeper. That's how kids get spoiled. The butler remained silent upon hearing this, only nodding and smiling when Song On-min looked over. The parking garage is located in the underground part of the shopping mall. The driver tried to get up and follow, but Pan-ro stopped him. We're not going shopping today, just bringing Ziching out for a meal. Yes, madam. Watching Pan-ro and the child disappear into the garage. The driver took out his phone and started watching videos. Seeing that no one was following Pan-ro, she went directly to the restaurant upstairs and met the real estate agent she had arranged to meet in advance. The real estate market in Haicheng is doing quite well right now. Your villa, based on the current market price, will likely have clients coming to see it soon. Are you really going to lower the price so much? The agent was also considering things from Pan-ro's perspective, since a concession of 2 million was a considerable sum. Pan-ro nodded without hesitation. We're selling at a reduced price. If someone is interested, we can lower the price even further. The sooner we can cash out, the better. Upon seeing Pan-ro's attitude, the agent understood what was going on. He'd seen business owners go bankrupt before, and this one was probably also trying to cash out and run away as soon as possible. Understood. With that, the deal was considered done. Now that Pan-ro had authorization, the real estate agent could simply go and show people the property and negotiate prices on her behalf. If you need anything, send me a WeChat message first, don't call. Before leaving, Pan-ro gave one last piece of advice. The agent stood up and nodded. You can rest assured that I'll handle things. After watching Pan-ro leave, he called Huzi. Brother, those houses are really cheap. Should we keep them or sell them? Tiger directly sent the information of several people to the real estate agent as arranged in advance, saying, contact them, negotiate the price, and transfer the property directly. Okay, everything is proceeding smoothly. End of July. The surgery was performed as scheduled. Song Xingyu and Song Yuqi accompanied Choi-won to the outside of the operating room. Choi-won was in pretty good spirits today. Looking at the two children, she suddenly reached out her hand to Song Xingyu. Song Xingyu quickly stepped forward and took her mother's hand. Mom, don't worry, everything will be fine. For some reason, Choi-won grabbed Song Xingyu's hand, as if giving him a final message. You must work hard. You must strive for success. You must let your father know that you are his best and most outstanding son. Okay, I will, Mom. Song Xingyu agreed verbally, but felt a little uneasy inside. After speaking with her son, Choi-won looked at Song Yuqi, who stood beside her with a blank expression. Instead of holding her daughter's hand like she held Song Xingyu's, she touched her belly. I've been a mother, and being a mother is tough. Upon hearing her words, Song Yuqi, who had been harboring resentment, suddenly couldn't help but call out Mom. Choi-won did not respond to her voice, but looked at her, a tear sliding down her cheek. I miss your grandma. Mother. The doctor came out and pushed the cart, and the two children called out Mom to Choi-won together. Choi-won smiled, her eyes red-rimmed. I will persevere, and I will not let you be without a mother. Inside the operating room, Kang Yun looked at Choi-won, who had just spoken, with a cold expression. Kang Soo and Kang Yun exchanged a glance, then looked away. Their professional ethics and personal conduct do not allow them to make any improper movements during surgery. Even if the person lying in the hospital bed is the one you hate the most, they wouldn't do anything out of line at this moment. Choi-won's condition is complicated. The tumor is compressing her nerves, causing her to experience visual and auditory hallucinations. Brain augmentation surgery is precise and complex, and it also places high demands on the patient. Chui Wan needs to cooperate with the doctor to stay awake throughout the surgery. Hemostats. Knife. The people in the operating room with the Kong siblings were all old partners. They worked together with exceptional chemistry. The doctor next to her kept talking to Chui Wan to prevent any unexpected situations from occurring. Although everything was in good order, an unexpected incident still occurred along the way. The detector suddenly sounded an alarm. Chui Wan, who had been responding to the nurse, blinked twice, and then her eyelids began to droop slightly. The doctor who was talking to her was startled. "Miss Chui, you can't sleep. Move your right index finger." But Chui Wan, lying on the hospital bed, was about to close her eyes. At the critical moment, Kong Yun, who had been assisting, stepped back and let another doctor take over, while he looked at Chui Wan. "Chui Wan, do you still remember Song Yuan?" Chui Wan, who was about to close her eyes, slightly opened them. "Song Yuan. My son Song Yuan." Her breath was so weak that her words would have dissipated into the air if Kong Yun hadn't listened carefully. "He is not your son." Kong Yun's tone was slightly stronger. "He is my son. Your Song family has tormented him for so many years. Don't think you can die easily. You will spend the rest of your life atoning for your sins." Her voice was quite loud. However, the people busy with the surgery were focused on saving the patient and couldn't hear what she was saying at all. Chui Wan didn't know if she was touched by Song Yuan's name. For a moment, she seemed to have traveled back in time to a time when she had given birth to 3 girls before finally becoming pregnant with a boy. They treat it like a precious gem, so delicate that they're afraid it might fall if held in their hands or melt if kept in their mouths. The couple had someone calculate the name Song Yuan for them. She felt that the name Song Yuan sounded like sending the child far away, which was considered unlucky. However, the master said that this name, when paired with the child's birth chart, indicates authority, prominence, and great success. This will greatly benefit the Song family, and the child's future prospects are limitless. Song Onmin immediately decided to name the child after him. Little did they know, her son would be the one to die far away, and they would lose him. The numbers on the instrument gradually climbed, eventually returning to normal levels. Chui Wan opened her eyes and heard the doctor tell her to move her middle finger, which she did slightly. Kong Yun, standing to the side, had a complicated expression. Even if Chui Wan had died during the surgery, all the monitoring equipment in the operating room could prove that there were no problems with their surgical procedure. But she did not choose to do so. "Chui Wan, your kindness in raising Xing Yuan for the past 18 years is now wiped clean." Chui Wan, lying on the hospital bed, blinked at Kong Yun. Only now did she realize that the doctors who performed her surgery were Kong Yun and her brother Kong Su. "It's you." Chapter 2:12 Surgery Successful. Chui Wan didn't listen to Kong Yun's words at all, and was only immersed in her own world. "Are you going to take revenge on me at this time? You can manipulate my mind at will, and turn me into a monster." Seeing Chui Wan rambling incoherently on the hospital bed, the doctor next to her frowned. "I am not you. I would not do that." Kong Yun shut Chui Wan up with a single sentence. Outside the operating room, Chui Wan's 2 children waited anxiously outside. Song Yuchi kept glancing at the clock beside her. Suddenly, Hirong appeared and brought her some ginseng soup. "Have a little drink. Your health is also very important." Song Yuchi, with a worried expression, didn't even look at Hirong. He also brought another piece of news. "My uncle transferred 10% of his shares to Pan Ro." Upon hearing this, Song Yuchi, who was just refusing him, stood up immediately. "What? Has he gone mad?" Hirong didn't know what he was thinking, but he chose to tell Song Yuchi about it outside the operating room. Song Yuchi, who was already worried about her mother's surgery, fainted due to a sudden surge of anxiety. Seeing this, Hirong picked up Song Yuchi and turned to Song Xingyu beside him. "You wait here. I'll take your sister to rest." Song Xingyu also heard Hirong's words. His head buzzed for a moment. "Before my parents divorced, my father transferred the shares to Pan Ro while they were away. Once they go back, will they be able to get it back?" At this moment, Song Xingyu looked at the words, operating room, and bit her lip in resentment. She even felt resentment towards Chui Wan. Why did she have to get sick just when her second sister came back to deal with this matter, and then she was diagnosed with a tumor? But the moment this idea came to mind, even Song Xingyu herself was taken aback. How could he? be complaining about his mother, who is still in the operating room, her life hanging in the balance. Song Xingyu waited anxiously outside the door. Those few hours were incredibly difficult to endure. Fortunately, the surgery went smoothly. When the doctor came out to announce the result, Song Xingyu was in a daze and couldn't believe that her mother had undergone brain surgery and had come out unharmed. But the doctor's words brought him back to reality. The period after surgery is a critical period. The patient needs to be observed in the intensive care unit for a period of time. Family members must stay in the hospital to ensure that the doctor can contact you as soon as possible. Song Xingyu nodded hurriedly. I'm here, I've always been here. Song Xingyu, who had gone from the operating room to the intensive care unit, held her phone, her joy tinged with a hint of helplessness. Holding the phone in his hand, he seemed unsure of who to call. After calming down, he first called Song Yuchi. He Rong answered the phone, only said, I understand, and then hung up. Song Xingyu, unable to figure out her second brother-in-law, didn't have time to think too much about it. She called Song Anmin again, and this time he answered quickly, immediately asking, What's wrong? Did something happen to your mother? This left Song Xingyu speechless. No, he heard his own voice. The surgery was a success. Oh. On the phone, Song Anmin couldn't tell whether he felt relieved or momentarily disappointed. After an oh, the father and son had nothing more to say. Song Xingyu made up an excuse and hung up the phone. The Song residence. After hanging up the phone, Song Anmin looked at his phone. Seeing this, Pan Ro asked him with concern what was wrong. Chui Wan's surgery is over, and it went very smoothly. Pan Ro paused in the act of putting on her earrings. Seeing Song Anmin frowning in the dressing mirror, she pretended to be relaxed and said, That's a good thing. Song Anmin gently touched his forehead. Once she recovers, I don't know how she'll cause me any trouble about transferring the shares to you. These past few days, Song Anmin has also started to regret his actions. He even suspected that Pan Ro had given him some kind of love potion, and that's why he had agreed to transfer the Song family's shares to her in such a confused state that day. Having already learned from Song Yuqin's example, he actually followed in Chui Wan's footsteps and did such a foolish thing. Ziqing is still young, otherwise. Knowing what Song Anmin was going to say, Pan Ro stood up and turned halfway around in front of the mirror. Look at how effective my yoga classes are these days. The fitted dress accentuated Pan Ro's beautiful figure, directly interrupting Song Anmin's thoughts. It looks good, green makes your skin look fairer, and it suits you especially well. Pan Ro gave him a tender kiss on the lips. I'm going to class now, love you. Song Anmin could only watch as the exquisitely dressed Pan Ro walked out of the house. He sighed. We still need to find an opportunity to get those shares back. Pan Ro, who ostensibly goes out to attend yoga classes, has converted all her fixed assets into cash during these trips. Now, only the shares of the Song Group that I hold have not yet been sold. This time, the person I'm meeting is a business owner who has the intention to make a purchase. The third day after surgery, Chui Wan was transferred from the intensive care unit to a regular ward. She is now conscious and shows no abnormalities in her language function, visual ability, or body control. This patient is one of those who recovered exceptionally well after undergoing this type of surgery. Meanwhile, the pathology results have also come out. Although the tumor is growing rapidly, it is a benign tumor, and regular checkups are all that's needed in the future. After recovery, he will be no different from a normal person. Song Xingyu thanked the doctor repeatedly, while Kong Yun glanced at the Song family's child who had been living away from home for over a decade. Come to my office, I have some things to tell you. He turned to look at his mother smiling at him from the hospital bed, then followed Kong Yun out of the ward. And right after they left, a figure entered the ward. Chui Wan was somewhat surprised by Mu Xingyuan's appearance. Why did you come to see me? She and Mu Xingyuan had indeed not seen each other for a long time. Mu Xingyuan pulled the chair in front of the hospital bed back and sat a little further away from Chui Wan. Congratulations on the successful completion of your surgery. Chui Wan, lying weakly in her hospital bed, couldn't guess Mu Xingyuan's intentions and looked at him with a hint of wariness. Mu Xingyuan didn't care at all and continued talking. You knew perfectly well that my mother and uncle were the ones undergoing the surgery, yet you still dared to come to the Twin Cities hospital for treatment. Did you assume that my family was kind and wouldn't dare to do anything to you during the surgery? Perhaps because of the pain in the affected area, Choi-won was surprisingly calm at this moment. You came here just to tell me this? Of course not. I came to remind you of something from the past. Mu Xingyuan clasped his hands together, crossed his legs, and sat in the hospital room as if he were in the Song family's living room. How exactly did your son, the real Song Yuan, go missing? The nanny raised 3 of your children without any problems, so how did she manage to lose Song Yuan? Seeing Chui Wan's brows furrowing, as if she wanted to speak up and refute him, Mu Xingyuan didn't give her any chance to interrupt and continued speaking. Was the child lost by accident? Or did someone cause the child to accidentally get lost? Is the current Song Xingyu really the lost little Song Yuan? He only did a paternity test with Song Anmin, not with you. Chapter 213 Transferring Hospitals. What nonsense are you talking about? Chui Wan became agitated just as Mu Xingyuan had predicted. He got up and looked at Chui Wan on the hospital bed. The doctor said you should avoid getting emotionally agitated after the surgery, so I won't bother you any longer. Mu Xingyuan thoughtfully put the chair back in its original position. What do you mean by that? What do you know? Explain yourself. He actually stopped in his tracks when Chui Wan called him, but not to answer her questions. By the way, how can you be so sure that my mother didn't tamper with your brain? After all, she's the best neurosurgeon in the country. After saying that, Mu Xingyuan smiled and left the ward. He was raised by Chui Wan. He knew all too well how suspicious this woman was. He didn't even need Kang Yun to repeat it to him to know what Chui Wan was thinking in the operating room. Since that's the case, then he'll have to confirm her doubts. Chui Wan wouldn't believe the results of the tests, and she couldn't have another craniotomy. Her suspicions would drive her crazy sooner or later. Mu Xingyuan walked out of the ward and stood behind the doctor's office for a while. He nodded when he saw Kang Yun looking over. Kang Yun closed the report in her hand. Her condition is now stable. If your family wishes to arrange a transfer to another hospital, it can be done at any time. Song Xingyu shook her head immediately after hearing this. We feel more at ease with the medical care here, so we won't transfer to another hospital. He had just said this in front of Kang Yun when he returned to the ward and saw Chui Wan struggling to get out of bed. Let me out. I want to leave this place. Mom. Song Xingyu rushed over to help Chui Wan up. What are you doing? Unexpectedly, Chui Wan became even more agitated after seeing Song Xingyu. Who are you? Who are you really? Chaos erupted instantly in the ward. The situation was stabilized only after Song Yuqi arrived and stopped Chui Wan. Chui Wan looked at Song Yuqi and repeatedly said, I want to transfer to another hospital. Unable to persuade the patient's 2 family members, they began contacting other hospitals in Shanghai. Hospitals generally don't dare to admit patients who have just had surgery at other hospitals. In the end, the only option was to contact the hospital invested in by the Song family in Haicheng and transfer the person back there for further treatment. The director was completely overwhelmed when he received the notification. I don't know why this Mrs. Song would choose to come back to Haicheng and cause trouble for them instead of staying at a top-tier hospital like the twin hospitals. Chui Wan's condition also precludes her from flying. Finally, Haicheng Hospital sent an ambulance to pick them up. The medical team from the twin hospitals was under pressure and we couldn't waste 2 days sending them to Haicheng, so the medical team was directly replaced by medical staff from Haicheng Hospital. Watching Chui Wan being lifted into the ambulance, Song Yuqi patted her younger brother on the shoulder. You and Mom go back together in the car. She couldn't stand the bumpy ride of more than 10 hours. Looking at the simple single seat in the ambulance, Song Xingyu got into the car with a sense of helplessness. Lately, I don't know what's wrong with my mother. She's been looking at me with a strange gaze. Everything was normal before. He doesn't look very friendly to me now. Song residence in Haicheng. Song Anmin received a call from the hospital director and learned that Chui Wan was coming back for treatment. He was dissatisfied. Why would someone choose to return to Haicheng when they have the resources available in Shanghai? The dean thought the same thing, but he wouldn't say anything at this moment. Don't worry. We will do our best to take good care of Madame Song. After exchanging pleasantries with the dean, Song Anmin looked up and saw Pan Ro carrying a large bag and holding Pan Zicheng's hand. Where are we going? For some reason, Pan Ro was startled by these words and shrugged her shoulders. Song Anmin found it amusing, What are you afraid of? Pan Ro turned to the side and showed him the half-fallen bag strap. It's all because of you. As soon as you spoke, the bag strap slipped down, and it contained the water the child wanted to drink. It gave me a fright. Looking at his coquettish lover, Song Anmin quickly said, Okay, it's my fault again. Your bag is so heavy. Let me accompany you and your daughter for a walk. A flicker of panic crossed Pan Ro's eyes. She didn't know how to refuse Song Anmin. At this moment, Pan Zicheng suddenly looked up and said, Dad, you've worked hard. You need to rest. One sentence from him softened Song Anmin's heart, and he wished he could give everything to Pan Zicheng. He stepped forward and picked up Pan Zicheng, saying, Daddy's good son. He carried the child out the door and saw the mother and child into the car. Be careful and come back soon. Pan Ro smiled and looked at Pan Zicheng. Say goodbye to Dad. Pan Zicheng waved obediently. Goodbye, Dad. As the vehicle drove away, Pan Ro looked at Song Anmin, who was silently rubbing his lower back behind the car. I said goodbye in my heart as well. Pan Ro left and didn't return until dinner time. The ambulance departed from Shanghai at 6 in the morning and is now almost in Haiqing. It's both reasonable and emotional for Song Anmin to go to the hospital to check on the situation. He didn't have time to care about Pan Ro and had the housekeeper arrange a car. As soon as she stepped outside, she saw the driver who had taken Pan Ro out that morning. Why are you back? Where's Madam? The driver was also somewhat puzzled. I dropped the person off at the mall this morning, and my wife told me to come back first. What's going on? Song Anmin took out his phone and called Pan Ro, but the call went unanswered. I can't get through to this phone either. He got into the car somewhat agitated, intending to go to the hospital first. At 7 p.m., Chui Wan was successfully admitted to Haiqing Hospital. Before she could even rest, she asked the hospital to take an MRI of her head. The director offered some kind advice from the side. We have reviewed all the medical records and test reports from the twin hospitals, and there are no problems. You should rest. If you need any tests done, please wait until tomorrow when you have recovered your strength. But Chui Wan wouldn't listen to anything she said. If you insist, you should get checked immediately and be sure to know the results as soon as possible. Song Anmin entered the ward at this time. What are you making a fuss about now? He looked at Chui Wan on the hospital bed with displeasure. I think even after your tumor was removed, you're not quite right in the head. The medical staff nearby were stunned. The director stepped forward and said, Mr. Song, the patient is still in the recovery period, so it's best to avoid drastic emotional fluctuations. After saying this, Chui Wan glared fiercely at Song Anmin. You're the one who should have your head cut open, Song Anmin. You sent your wife, who has shared your hardships, to a mental hospital. You'll get your comeuppance. The nurse next to me just wanted to cover her ears. I'm just here to make a little money. I don't want to hear these secrets of the wealthy. That evening, Chui Wan insisted on having an MRI scan, and naturally, there were no problems. As a result, Chui Wan pointed directly at the doctor's nose. They were criticized for being unskilled, unable to even detect when others had tampered with their work. Song Anmin, who didn't want to talk to her, returned to the Song residence. The butler hurriedly stepped forward. Master, it's already this late, and Madame Pan and the young master still haven't returned. Could something have happened to them? Chapter 214 Paternity Testing. Not back yet. Song Anmin tried to contact Pan Ro with his phone, but there was still no answer. The driver said which shopping mall she went to today. Send someone out to look for her. The butler replied, yes. All of the Song family's drivers, whether on duty or not, were called back to search for Pan Ro and Pan Zicheng. Only Song Anmin remained in the living room, feeling somewhat uneasy. The other party's phone was always switched off. It was getting later and later. Song Anmin paced back and forth in the room. The butler whispered a reminder. Could something have happened? Upon hearing this, Song Anmin, who was anxiously waiting, pointed to the butler. Yes. Have someone go to the traffic police station and the police station to ask if any accidents happened today. 2 hours later, the men sent out returned empty-handed. The mall had long been closed, and there was no trace of the mother and child at all. There were a few minor car accidents in Haiqing today, but none of them had anything to do with Pan Ro. Upon hearing this result, suddenly, Song Anmin remembered something and ran to his and Pan Ro's room on the 3rd floor. Everything is normal. There were no signs that the room had been ransacked. The jewelry and backpack in the dressing room were left where they were and were not taken away. Song An-min breathed a slight sigh of relief. Where did this person go? It was already late at night. The elderly Song An-min simply couldn't handle it. He instructed the housekeeper to come up and report immediately if there was any news. Even after Song An-min returned to his room to rest, he was startled awake several times that night and did not sleep well. I had just opened my eyes the next morning. He then walked out of the room and loudly called for the housekeeper. The housekeeper, who had also been tormented all night downstairs, sighed inwardly upon hearing this. "They're here. Have you heard anything from Panro?" Song An-min asked, his back not as straight as usual, even though he was wearing pajamas. "Not yet." Upon hearing this, Song An-min immediately assigned a new task to the butler. "Go report it to the police." How could a grown adult with a child disappear in Haicheng? 24 hours after Pan Ro left the Song family, the housekeeper went to the police station to report the incident. The housekeeper, having received the case filing receipt, could only return to the Song residence to await further news. Pan Ro still did not appear that day. While Song An-min was still trying to find Pan Ro's whereabouts, Chui Wan started causing trouble at the hospital again. She insisted on taking Song Xingyu for a paternity test. In the ward, Chui Wan grabbed Song Xingyu's arm and pulled her out. Next to her was a nurse waiting to give her an 4. "Mom, let's finish today's injections first." Chui Wan's expression was fierce. "No, you'll come with me to get a paternity test first." Song Xingyu looked completely puzzled upon hearing this. "I am your and Dad's biological son. Why do we need to do a paternity test again?" Chui Wan, already obsessed, didn't care what he was saying. "You're your father's son, but that doesn't prove you're my son." These words made Song Xingyu's vision go black. He then understood why Chui Wan had been acting strangely lately. She actually thought that Song Xingyu, the child they had found, was an illegitimate child that Song An-min had fathered through his affair years ago. "Mom." His lips trembled slightly, as he wanted to ask Chui Wan what the mother-son relationship of the past 6 months was all about. But he didn't say it. Chui Wan, who was pulling at him, suddenly stopped. After her vision went black, she felt as if there were people standing all around her. Everyone was shrouded in gray, but everyone's movements were remarkably synchronized. They rushed up and tried to snatch the things from her arms. What is she holding in her arms? Chui Wan slowly lowered her head and saw a child. "They're taking her child." The others in the room couldn't see what Chui Wan was seeing, but they noticed that Chui Wan, who had just been holding on to Song Xingyu, suddenly froze. He lowered his head. Everyone thought she had made a scene, and the nurse went over to help her back to bed to get in for drip. Suddenly, Chui Wan's face contorted with rage as she reached out and grabbed Song Xingyu by the neck. "You won't take my child away." No one expected this sudden change to happen. The nurse rushed over and pulled Chui Wan away, but she didn't know where she got the strength from, and she just kept pinching Song Xingyu tightly. Song Xingyu, who was already suffocating, didn't even notice Chui Wan's injuries. He forcefully pulled those hands away, slumped against the wall, and gasped for breath until he came to his senses. It was only then that they realized that Chui Wan had fainted at some point during the argument. Help people." When Song An-min received a call from Song Xingyu, he guessed that Chui Wan had caused trouble at the hospital again, and answered the phone with an impatient tone. "What's wrong now?" Song Xingyu squatted on the hospital floor, her head buried between her knees. He could no longer recall whether he had pushed Chui Wan down, causing his mother to fall into a coma again. "Dad, Mom has fainted and is in the intensive care unit." While anxious about Pan Ro's disappearance, Song An-min's mind was filled with thoughts of his young lover and son. He didn't care whether his wife lived or died. Upon hearing this, he simply said, "I'll pay for it. If the hospital can save her, great. If not, it's her fate. Don't call me unless it's absolutely necessary." He hung up the phone immediately after saying that. Song Xingyu heard the beeping sound coming from the phone. "I can't believe those cold words just came from my father's mouth. Just 6 months ago, my father and mother were an enviable, loving couple. How did things get to this point?" After contacting Song An-min, he began to contact his second sister. Song Yuchi, who had originally planned to fly back to Kyoto today, received the news at the airport and rushed over. "What happened?" Mom was recovering well after her surgery, so why was she suddenly admitted to the ICU? Song Xingyu, who was squatting on the ground, shook her head and remained silent. Anxious Song Yuqi pulled him up. What exactly happened? Faced with her second sister's questioning, Song Xingyu selectively explained what happened in the ward. The nurse came to prepare medicine for my mom's drip this morning, but she suddenly insisted on dragging me to do a paternity test. Song Yuqi interrupted Song Xingyu with surprise. Paternity test? Whose and whose? She stared at the dejected Song Xingyu, her eyes wide with disbelief. Mom is going to take you to get a paternity test between you and her. Seeing Song Xingyu nod, Song Yuqi scoffed. What are you talking about? When I brought you back to the Song family, I definitely did a paternity test. What's there to question? My mother doesn't think I'm her child. Song Yuqi, who was muttering that she was really crazy, belatedly realized what those words meant. Chui Wan felt that Song Xingyu was not her child. However, Song Xingyu and Song Anmin are related as father and son. Therefore, her mother, Chui Wan, believed that Song Xingyu was not the lost little Song Yuan, but rather Song Anmin's illegitimate son whom he kept outside the marriage. Impossible. After instinctively retorting, Song Yuqi fell silent. It's not impossible. Song Anmin's other illegitimate son is currently living in the Song family home. Not only does Chui Wan want to understand this matter, but Song Yuqi also wants to get to the bottom of it now. The hospital has Mom's blood sample. Go downstairs and get your blood drawn. Since Mom is already suspicious, it's better to get to the bottom of it. Song Xingyu looked at her somewhat indifferent second sister. Suddenly, I felt that this world was terribly absurd. Chapter 2:15 Favoritism. Chui Wan is being resuscitated in the ICU upstairs. Downstairs at the blood collection point, Song Xingyu watched as the needle pierced his body and his blood sample was taken. The hospital's test results will take at least 24 hours to come out. After having her blood drawn, Song Xingyu sat in the chair for a long time without getting up. Before being found and returned to the Song family, he had his blood drawn once. At that time, he heard that he might be the lost youngest son of the president of the Song group in Haiqing. I was incredibly excited. The needle was inserted into the vein, but only a small amount of blood was drawn. He leaned out the window and asked the nurse inside, "Is this enough? We need to do a paternity test. Will it affect the results?" The nurse was amused by his appearance. "No. I hope you can find your family smoothly." I took the little girl's auspicious words as a blessing. He rose to prominence overnight, becoming someone he never dared to imagine. Sir. The nurse interrupted Song Xingyu's recollection. "Please rest over there. There are other patients here who need to have their blood drawn." "Oh, okay." Song Xingyu released her hand from the bandage and stood up. Even now, he can't say for sure whether returning to the Song family is a blessing or a curse for him. After half a day of emergency treatment, Chui Wan's various indicators finally returned to normal. However, the person remained unconscious in the hospital bed, and Song Xingyu stayed with him at the hospital for a day and a night without sleep. The paternity test results came out during this period. The sign stated that Chui Wan and Song Xingyu were mother and son, which relieved both siblings. Song Yuqi's doubts were dispelled. Seeing Song Xingyu's dazed appearance, she unusually acted like an older sister, looking at Song Xingyu with concern. "You must be tired after staying here for several days. Go home and rest, take a nap, and come back later." Exhausted both physically and mentally, Song Xingyu did not refuse much. He was picked up by the driver and taken back to the Song family home. After getting out of the car, he found the Song residence to be unusually quiet. Knowing that Chui Wan had returned to Haiqing, Song Yuhua obediently continued attending her extracurricular classes the next day. Pan Zicheng, who usually likes to play in the yard, is nowhere to be found. Song Xingyu, who was unaware that the mother and son had been missing for 2 days, was somewhat surprised, but he was too exhausted to ask the housekeeper any further questions. Just as the elevator reached the 3rd floor, he saw that the study door was half open, and Song Anmin was actually at home and had not gone out. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to go over and greet Song Anmin first, and also to establish his image as a filial son. But when they knocked on the door, no one answered. Through the crack in the door, Song Xingyu could vaguely see a shoe sole. In that instant, he seemed to hear his own heart pounding. He mustered his courage and tentatively pushed open the door. He wasn't mistaken. It was a pair of shoe soles. The person lying on the ground was none other than his father, Song On-min. Song On-min, who had fainted at some point, was still clutching the phone in his hand. This scene terrified Song Xingyu. He instinctively took 2 steps back and tried to calm himself down. He then leaned closer and checked Song On-min's breath. There was still a breath. "Butler! Butler!" Song Xingyu ran out of the study and shouted downstairs. "Help! My father has fainted." Song Xingyu's appearance saved Song On-min's life by half. Why is it half a strip? Because Song On-min suffered a stroke. Just before Song Xingyu returned home, the police station sent her a message saying they had contacted Pan Ro and Pan Zicheng. Their lives were not in danger, so the housekeeper went to the police station to drop the case. Upon hearing this, Song On-min snatched the phone away. "What do you mean she wasn't harmed? Then why doesn't she go home?" The police replied that, in order to protect citizens' privacy, it was inconvenient to disclose unnecessary information to outsiders. These words jolted Song On-min awake like a blow to the head. He and Pan Ro hadn't even gotten a marriage certificate, so legally they had no relationship whatsoever. Of course, the police wouldn't tell him Pan Ro's whereabouts. The only reason we were able to let them know they were safe was because the housekeeper had filed a police report. "Then I'll go to the police station." Having already guessed what was going on, the butler tactfully left the Song residence. After he left, Song On-min, as if unaware of what he should do, instinctively went to the study. He paced back and forth in his study, not knowing why he was doing so. His phone suddenly beeped, and he eagerly opened it. Several MMS messages were sent. When he clicked on it, he thought it was another advertisement from a luxury goods company. Result: the picture shows Pan Ro holding a child while wearing a mask, with Yin Jinlei, who is also wearing a mask, standing next to her. They stood together like a real family of 3. The background is naturally Haicheng Airport. The photo shows their location marked as an international flight. It is obvious. Song On-min's unspoken conjecture has come true. Pan Ro did not disappear. Instead, she eloped with Yin Jinlei, taking her child with her. Even now, Song On-min still held a sliver of hope and sent people to investigate the properties that had been transferred to Pan Ro. I received a reply very quickly. All of Pan Ro's fixed assets have been sold and liquidated, and even the shares of the Song Group have been sold to other shareholders at a low price. At this point, Song On-min finally realized the reality. Pan Ro had run away with his money. "You bitch. That bitch." A man who hunted birds year-round was pecked blind in one eye by birds. In a fit of rage, Song On-min fainted while holding the phone. When I woke up again, I was already in a hospital room. He looked at the butler sitting by the bed, pointed at him with his index finger, and said, call the police now." I had just said that when I suddenly realized my voice was off and my tongue seemed to be out of control. "What's wrong with me?" The butler's expression was complicated. "A doctor will come in shortly to discuss your condition." Panicked, Song On-min tried to get up, only to find that he seemed to have lost some control over his body. He was completely dumbfounded. "Where is the doctor? When will the doctor arrive?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the attending physician walked in. Song On-min could no longer hear what he was saying. Luckily, it was delivered in time. Any later, and it might have completely paralyzed us. He only heard 2 words. Hemiplegia. Unable to control his emotions, Song On-min fainted again. "It's in the same hospital. My mother was in a ward on the 9th floor, and my father was in a ward on the 13th floor. Upon hearing that Song On-min had become agitated and suddenly fainted, Song Xingyu was preparing to go with the doctor to check on him. They heard that Shui Wan was out of danger and had just woken up, so they told her family to hurry over. Busy with both tasks, Song Xingyu only had time to glance at Song On-min, who was surrounded by medical staff. Then I ran to the elevator and went down to the 9th floor. The reason why the doctor on Shui Wan's side was so anxious to have the family come over was because Shui Wan, who had regained consciousness, was not in a good condition. Song Xingyu, who had run all the way here, lost her balance when she pushed open the door, and the doorknob hit the wall with a piercing sound. Everyone in the room turned to look at them, apart from Shui Wan, who was in her hospital bed. Chapter 216, It Must Be True Love. Shui Wan was holding a pillow in her arms. She softly sang a lullaby. soothing the pillow in her arms. Yuan, my little Yuan is the best baby in the world. When Song Xingyu arrived and saw this scene, she looked at the attending physician in surprise. What happened to my mom? The patient's intense emotional changes after the surgery may have triggered some changes in the brain's nerves, leading to this abnormal situation. The doctor then used some medical jargon that Song Xingyu couldn't understand, trying to prove that the patient's current condition was entirely due to the mental trauma she had suffered during her recovery period. It has nothing to do with their hospital. Song Xingyu stepped forward and called out, "Mom," but Cui Wan acted as if she couldn't hear her and didn't even raise her head. "Mom, it's me, Xingyu. Look up at me." "Mom, don't you recognize me?" No matter how Song Xingyu called out to her, Cui Wan did not respond. She just lowered her head and soothed the pillow. In a moment of panic, Song Xingyu reached out to pull the pillow away so that Cui Wan could look up at him. Unexpectedly, this action directly enraged Cui Wan, who had been very gentle after regaining consciousness. She suddenly started screaming with a terrified expression. "Don't take my child. Give my child back." He even went berserk and whipped Song Xingyu. Everyone present was startled by Cui Wan's sudden outburst of rage. The attending physician's heart was bleeding. "Quickly control the patient. Don't send her to the ICU again." The doctor's shout reminded Song Xingyu of the time when Cui Wan fainted and needed emergency treatment during the last time she was pushed away. He didn't dare to push her anymore. In the instant he hesitated, Cui Wan bit his wrist. "Ah!" Song Xingyu screamed in pain. The nurse next to her, however, was more experienced. She raised her voice and shouted in Cui Wan's ear, "Your child is here. Quickly, hold your child tight." Sure enough, upon hearing this, Cui Wan shifted her attention away from Song Xingyu. "My child, where is my child?" The nurse tucked a pillow into her arms, saying, "Quick, hold the baby tight." Cui Wan, who had just been going crazy, hugged a pillow and returned to her gentle demeanor. "Don't be afraid. Mom chased away all the bad guys. Good baby, go to sleep." Cui Wan started humming a lullaby again. Song Xingyu, standing to the side, clutched her wrist, which had several bloody bite marks, prompting the nurse next to her to gasp in surprise. She bit with all her might. "She probably really thought you were trying to take her child away. Cui Wan's current condition doesn't even require a hospital diagnosis. Anyone with eyes can see she's crazy." Song Xingyu let the nurse disinfect his wrist, his heart gradually becoming numb. Why did my mother go mad? Did she assume she wasn't her child without even looking at the report? But the paternity test clearly states that I am her biological son. That's ridiculous. This world is absurd. Standing alone in the corridor, Song Xingyu suddenly banged her head against the wall. This scene was witnessed by Song Yuqi, who arrived late. Hirong was also with her. Unaware that Pan Ro had absconded with the money, Song Yuqi came this time intending to take advantage of Song Onmin's illness to force him to take back the shares that had been transferred to Pan Ro. "Try banging your head until it's broken and see if the situation changes." Song Yuqi's slightly sarcastic remark made Song Xingyu swallow back the tears that had just welled up in her eyes. "Second sister, how is mother?" Upon hearing Song Yuqi's question, Song Xingyu didn't know how to explain, so she simply stepped aside and said, "Go into the ward and take a look." In Song Yuqi's eyes, he looked like a spineless coward, lacking any manliness whatsoever. She rolled her eyes in exasperation and went into the ward. This time, Song Xingyu did not go in. Song Yuqi didn't stay in the room for long. She came out in less than 2 minutes. What did the doctor say? It is recommended to transfer to a regular psychiatric hospital for treatment after the recovery period, as they are more professional in treating mental illnesses. Upon hearing this news, Song Yuqi took a deep breath. She survived such a major brain surgery, but who knew she would be traumatized and develop a mental illness after the operation? "Let's go see Dad first." The two people beside her were an unfamiliar younger brother and a husband who was all smiles on the surface, but not on the inside. Song Yuqi would not reveal her true emotions in front of these two people. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Mu Xingyuan had just sent the photos to Song Onmin the day before, and that afternoon he received news that the other party was hospitalized. He was currently accompanying Mu Xing to inspect the exhibition hall. If Mu Xingyuan's graduation ended with the college entrance examination, Little Moon's graduation ended with this art exhibition. Although the exhibition is scheduled to begin in mid-August, the planning actually started more than half a year ago when Zhao Yueliang created her first painting without Mu Xingyuan. The exhibition titled Soul by Little Moon was a stunning success, although it is favored by many collectors and painters. However, there are also many doubts. The single subject in the exhibition, in particular, led many to believe that the artist was putting on a show. Their actual drawing skills might not be very good. As a result, Mu Xingyuan frequently used alternate accounts to engage in online arguments with others. The eldest sister even personally got involved. Does my sister, Mu Fanqing's sister, need to resort to such ridiculous gimmicks to put on a show? All the exhibits in this exhibition were created by Zhao Yueliang and Haiqing over the past 6 months. There aren't many works that contain elements of Mu Xingyuan. When Kang Yun and Mu Xing heard that Xiaoya's teacher was advocating for an exhibition, they both hesitated. Little Moon has only just started trying to draw other things. Isn't it too hasty to hold an exhibition now? The teacher had a look on her face that said, "What do you know?" Her current works are free of any artificiality and are highly artistic. Once she enters school for formal study, she may not be able to create works like these again. The couple exchanged a glance. I don't know much about their art scene either. Going to school would only disrupt the spiritual energy, so it's better not to go at all. No, no, no. The teacher hurriedly explained, these things are all phased. Learning is not one-sided or real-time. It will take time for her to digest the knowledge and skills she has learned and combine them with spiritual energy. It will create works of another level. Mu Xing may not understand techniques or levels of expertise, but he knows how to organize exhibitions. Okay, I'll do it. Mu Xingyuan, who was called in to help, also immediately spotted the central location of the exhibition. This is the perfect spot to put the largest autumn landscape picture of Little Moon. He would never admit that he had also secretly included something of his own accord. The painting was one he had personally broken the frame of to apologize to his sister. When I received the call from Huzi, he gestured to his father and walked to the side. Hello? What happened? Tiger sounded a little agitated on the phone. Boss, Song Anmin is paralyzed on one side. Upon hearing this news, Mu Xingyuan raised an eyebrow. Was Pan Ro's departure such a big shock to him? True love must be true love. Chapter 217, Dividing the Inheritance. The people in charge of handling Pan Ro and the others' trips abroad are all from our own ranks. Even if Song Anmin wanted to investigate, he couldn't bring them back. Hearing the smugness in Huzi's tone, Mu Xingyuan still offered a gentle reminder. We still need to be more cautious lately. Good. Tiger had another purpose for calling. There's an exchange meeting in Shanghai that might require me to attend in your place. Okay, go ahead. What about Haiqing? Mu Xingyuan looked at the scenery outside the window, a slight smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, once Song Anmin is paralyzed, he's ruined and will never be able to stand up again. He knew Song Anmin's character better than anyone else. A person as arrogant and controlling as Song Anmin can no longer even control his own body. People would completely break down. Just as Mu Xingyuan said, Song Anmin, who was in the ward, did not believe the doctor's diagnosis at all and tried several times to get out of bed and stand up on his own. They don't even allow others to help them. Anyone who reaches out their hand will be cursed at by him. However, he couldn't control his body. His right arm and leg were stiff and uncontrollable. Just as Song Xingyu and Song Yuqi entered the house, he collapsed to the ground once again. Don't help me. I'm fine. Don't help me. Having already heard about her father's hemiplegia on the way, Song Yuqi showed no sign of heartache on her face, only impatience. She frowned and looked at the butler beside her. What are you doing? Help him up and put him back on the bed. The butler looked at the group of people who had entered with an embarrassed expression. Master won't allow it. Song Yuqi, being pregnant, couldn't go by herself, so she pulled Song Xingyu from behind her. Go help Dad into bed. As expected, Song Xingyu, who had listened to the advice, was rejected by Song Anmin. He looked at his father, who was glaring at him, and as always, a sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. At this moment, Song Yuqi said in a slightly cold tone, Dad is a patient now. He can't judge what is helping him and what is harming him, but can't we help him up? A single sentence jolted Song Xingyu awake. He looked at Song Anmin again and re-examined his father. My second sister is right. He's already partially paralyzed, so what's there to be afraid of? Ignoring Song Anmin's objections, Song Xingyu inserted her arms under his armpits, forcefully pulled him up from the ground, and then sat him back on the bed. At that moment, everyone else only saw Song Xingyu lifting Song Anmin up. No one knows what kind of turmoil was brewing in his heart. Father is paralyzed. He could no longer beat himself with a ruler like before, nor could he allow himself to kneel in the room for hours at a time, although it was somewhat inappropriate at this time. However, when Song Xingyu faced Song Anmin with his back to everyone, a slightly eerie smile appeared on her face. Song Yuqi wasn't entirely without feeling for her father's illness. She sighed and looked at the housekeeper. I'll hire 2 caregivers for my dad to take care of him 24/7. Life will definitely not be as convenient as it was before. Yes. Song Anmin on the bed was still cursing them, but his speech was unclear, and since no one in the room was paying attention to him, they ended up talking about their own things after a long time of cursing. Where is Panro? Didn't she claim to be my father's true love? Why isn't she by his bedside serving him now? A sarcastic question immediately silenced the room. Even Song Anmin, who was cursing, shut his mouth, though his face turned red with anger. The housekeeper glanced at Song Anmin on the hospital bed, and then at Song Yuqi, who clearly had more say so far. He hesitated for a moment, and then pointed to the door. Let's talk in private. Seeing the housekeeper's state, Song Yuqi already had a bad feeling. What happened? She then learned that Pan Ro had absconded with the money and the child. Idiot. Song Yuqi cursed her father so bluntly for the first time. That woman clearly had ulterior motives. What was my dad thinking when he gave her everything at once? Call the police. You must call the police. As Song Yuqi was speaking, she took out her phone, but the housekeeper stopped her. It's no use. The butler shook his head. Her assets have been transferred overseas, and we can't get them back even if we report it to the police. Upon hearing this, Song Yuqi felt dizzy, but luckily Hirong was standing right behind her and supported her, preventing her from collapsing due to the brief dizziness. Was he paralyzed because he learned of this news? The butler hesitated for a moment and then nodded. With hatred in her eyes, Song Yuqi gritted her teeth and turned back to look at Song Anmin. Serves him right. The remaining assets cannot be left in his hands. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyu subconsciously looked up at her second sister, who was already married. The remaining assets, shouldn't they all belong to him? Things certainly didn't go as he wished. Song Yuqi went out to make a few phone calls, and when she came back, she called Song Xingyu out alone. Dad now has 10% of the shares left, and the 5 of us siblings each own 2 shares. Song Yuhua is still young, so I will hold her share on her behalf. I will transfer my shares to my eldest sister and Yushu after they are released from prison. Upon hearing this, Song Xingyu's smile vanished. According to Song Yuqi's method of distribution, he would get 1/5, while the remaining 4/5 would all be in Song Yuqi's hands. She hadn't finished speaking. In addition to the Song residence, the other properties will also be divided into 5. Considering that you may need to take care of your parents more, the cash assets and the Song residence will all go to you. If you agree, I will directly find an institution to conduct a valuation. After this division of responsibilities, the blame for taking care of her parents and younger sister ultimately fell on Song Xingyu's shoulders. No one would be willing to do that. Song Xingyu wasn't stupid. He immediately stood up. Father is not dead yet. We should get his consent before dividing the family property. At least Song Anmin is only paralyzed on one side, not mentally impaired. Given Song Anmin's temperament, Song Xingyu knew she would get the lion's share. The siblings' first conversation ended in failure. Back at the Song family home, Song Xingyu was seething with anger. His second sister had the He family backing her up, but what about him? He had nothing behind him. No one can help him. Just as Song Xingyu, isolated and helpless, was racking her brains about how to compete with Song Yuqi for the family property, an unexpected person came to our door. Seeing He Rong appear in the living room, Song Xingyu felt a chill in her heart. What if the He family used their power to help Song Yuqi ask for something? Let alone him, even Song Anmin would probably have to give up. Seeing Song Xingyu's face turn extremely ugly upon seeing him, He-rong chuckled. He walked over to the sofa and directed the butler. Don't make coffee. I prefer tea. Either preaching Ming Maojian or pre-rain Long Jing are fine. As he spoke, he leaned back on the sofa, crossed his legs, and pointed to the sofa opposite him. Sit. He looks more like the master of this house than Song Xingyu, a member of the Song family. Chapter 2:18 Voluntary. It wasn't until the butler sent someone to bring up the tea tray that the tea was served. Neither of them said another word. Finally, unable to contain herself any longer, Song Xingyu asked the other party about their purpose. Is your brother-in-law here on behalf of your second sister? He-rong picked up his teacup and blew on it. It was unclear whether the head-shaking gesture was to deny Song Xingyu's words or to cool the tea in the cup. The quality is a bit lacking. He-rong took only one sip before putting the teacup down. Song Xingyu was, after all, a hot-blooded young man. Without consulting these seasoned veterans, he wanted to play his cards right from the start. I won't agree to what my second sister said. How the Song family divides its assets is up to Dad. Seeing his impatience, He-rong across from him suddenly chuckled. You want everything from the Song family? One sentence exposed Song Xingyu's pretense, silencing him who wanted to say something more. After a moment, he stammered, I didn't. Just by looking at the only son that Song Anmin raised by his side, He-rong knew that the Song family probably had no successor. He suddenly thought of Song Yuqing, whom he had met once before. It's a pity that such a promising child was born to Song Anmin as his daughter. He-rong stopped beating around the bush, afraid that the kid wouldn't understand if he tried. I'm here to make a deal with you. What? Song Xingyu sat up slightly in surprise. What kind of deal could He-rong possibly make with him? I'll help you get what you want, but you have to make sure that Song Yuqi will never have a family again. He-rong's words stunned Song Xingyu. He-rong, who had been hiding his true self from Song Yuqi, finally revealed his true colors to Song Xingyu. Meanwhile, Song Xingyu looked at her brother-in-law with surprise. The brother-in-law, who had been pretending to be affectionate with his second sister during the day, looked suspicious. Why did you do that? He-rong, on the other side, naturally wouldn't explain so much to him. He simply looked at Song Xingyu and said, I will make Song Anmin give you all his property. At the same time, he drew 2 circles on the table with his finger, and all you need to do is sever the relationship between the Song family and Song Yuqi. After saying that, he drew a line between the 2 circles with his index finger. The temptation of obtaining all of the Song family's assets was simply too great. Song Xingyu didn't even need to think about it, since what he was giving up, or rather, what he was giving up, was just his second sister, with whom he wasn't very close to begin with. What should I do? Hearing that the other party had accepted his proposal, He-rong smiled with satisfaction. Actually, you did a very good job before. Thinking about how her parents sold Song Yuqi to the He family without her knowledge, Song Xingyu felt a little embarrassed. Song Yuqi was unaware that her younger brother and her husband had already reached an agreement in private. I visited Song Anmin at the hospital a day later. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the room, an apple was thrown at her, nearly hitting Song Yuqi. You're hoping I die? Are you crazy? Startled, Song Yuqi stared wide-eyed at Song Anmin. Why are you throwing things at me? After saying this, Song Anmin immediately picked up the fruit plate next to him and threw it in Song Yuqi's direction. Fortunately, the item was quite heavy, and he didn't have the strength. The plate of food didn't even touch the hem of Song Yuqi's skirt, but having been startled twice, Song Yuqi was already somewhat on the verge of collapse. What exactly are you doing? Song Anmin, standing by the bed, held the cane provided by the butler and pointed it at Song Yuqi, who was standing against the wall, too afraid to approach. I'm telling you, you're not taking anything from me. Only after barely hearing it did Song Yuqi realize why Song Anmin had suddenly become like this. She looked at Song Xingyu, who was standing behind Song Anmin's bed. Her original intention was for the siblings to join forces and force Song Anmin to hand over his assets. But now that Song Xingyu has betrayed her, she can only rely on the He family all by herself. Song Yuqi then turned her gaze to Song Anmin. Dad, you're getting old and sick now. Managing the family property is too much of a hassle and exhausting task for you to continue. Why don't we separate now? Song Anmin, lying on the bed, never expected that Song Yuchi would dare to bring it up again. She threw her cane away as well. Separate the family? You're already married into the He family. What does this family have to do with you? Song Yuchi felt a chill in his heart. Does getting married mean I'm no longer your child? Does getting married mean I'm no longer a member of the Song family? Song On-min's eyes darted around, and he opened and closed his mouth before making a sound. Once a woman gets married, she belongs to her husband's family. You have nothing to do with our Song family anymore. These words made Song Yuchi laugh in anger. Don't forget, if it weren't for the He family's investment, the Song group would have been finished long ago. If it weren't for me standing up for the Song family on behalf of the He family, the twin hospitals wouldn't have performed the surgery on my mother. She tried to recount these events one by one, so that Song On-min would realize that her married daughter was much more useful than her son. Unexpectedly, Song On-min gave a disdainful laugh. Then you should get the He family to withdraw their investment. The Song family is no longer under my control anyway, so you should withdraw your investment as soon as possible. His appearance made Song Yu, the chess player, tremble with anger. Song Xingyu, who had been standing silently behind them, suddenly spoke up. So all that effort you went to help Mom arrange her surgery was just so you could come here and seize the family fortune. These blatant lies infuriated Song Yuchi. Her voice gradually grew louder. Steal the family property? Didn't I only decide to return to Haiqing to find my father and make Pan Ro return what she gave me after I accompanied my mother to Shanghai for surgery? After she finished speaking, she looked at her father again. You'd rather give half your fortune to a stranger than let your daughters have a single thing of yours. Song On-min couldn't bear to hear the name Pan Ro, nor could he tolerate anyone mentioning Pan Ro in front of him. Now, unexpectedly, I hear my daughter's critical comments. He instinctively retorted, I did it voluntarily. Voluntary. Song Yuchi was so angry that she didn't know what expression to make when she looked at her father. My money wasn't for her. She gave birth to a son for me, so it's for my son. Song On-min made excuses for his absurd behavior. Song Yuchi, who had been struggling with whether or not she would get married would affect her status as a member of the Song family, suddenly realized something at this moment. You're not withholding my share of the family property just because I got married. You have no intention of giving any of your daughters away. You only care about your sons. Our sons human beings, but daughters aren't. Faced with Song Yuchi's questioning, Song On-min did not respond at all, but simply waved his hand. Go back to your He family. What does the Song family have to do with you? Up to this day, only then did Song Yuchi truly understand her biological father. Okay, very good. She turned around and slammed the door shut as she left. He never looked back again. That evening, Song Yuchi returned to Shanghai with He Rong. Before leaving, He Rong visited the hospital and met with Song On-min alone. He came out of the ward and patted Song Xingyu on the shoulder. Your dad will gradually hand over the things to you. You did a good job today. After saying that, he looked at Song Xingyu with a half-smile. You acted faster than I expected. Song Xingyu wasn't sure whether to accept the compliment, so she could only give an awkward laugh. Chapter 219 Senior. Song Xingyu didn't know what He Rong had said to Song On-min that day. However, as soon as Song On-min returned to the Song residence after being discharged from the hospital, he summoned the housekeeper and accountant and asked them to explain the family's assets to Song Xingyu. This was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of not long ago. Seeing Song Xingyu's overjoyed expression, Song On-min turned his head and looked out the window. Shanghai Stock Exchange. Ever since Mu Xingyuan returned home, Kong Yun and Mu Fanqing have been keen on dressing him up. Kong Yun, needless to say, had a tailor come to his home to take new measurements and had several suits custom-made for him. The eldest sister is different. She sends home all the trendy brands that young people like, as if they're free. The first time the brand representative drove over to deliver the clothes, Mu Xingyuan thought it was her older sister's team going home to film a variety show or documentary. It wasn't until half of his walk-in closet was filled that he belatedly pointed to himself and asked, "These are for me?" The gloved staff member placed their hands in front of them and smiled politely. "We have cleaned and ironed all the clothes you ordered, Ms. Mu. We hope you are satisfied with our service." Satisfied? How could I dare not be satisfied? He didn't dare to say anything more about his eldest sister's arrangements. As long as Mu Fanqing is happy, At the same time, the news of the Mu family's youngest son returning to Shanghai naturally attracted the attention of the upper class. Everyone thought he would be taken out by his parents to socialize and gradually get to know these family members. Many young masters and ladies in Shanghai's elite circles are eager to meet this little genius from the Mu family who has been left behind. Unexpectedly, a month passed after waiting. They received neither an invitation from the Mu family nor saw the young master at any social occasion. Everyone was puzzled. What was going on? Is he not in Shanghai? Mu Xingyuan is, of course, in Shanghai. He's just not interested in those social situations. Anyway, the Mu family has Mu Chongyun. Dad said that he only needs to do what he wants to do, and his third brother will take care of the burden for him. Until Little Moon's art exhibition opened. It was only then that these people, who were curious about Mu Xingyuan, were able to see him in person at the art exhibition. On the opening day of the art exhibition, Mu Xingyuan wore a beige shirt to match Xiao Yuliang's off-white dress. The twins standing together are particularly eye-catching. Even standing next to the dazzling Mu Fanxing, she was not ignored. The opening remarks for this art exhibition were given by Little Moon's teacher. Wearing a Western-style dress, with her hair permed into big curls and her bright, sparkling eyes, she stood next to the teacher like a delicate little figurine. Seeing this, Mu Xingyuan couldn't help but take out his phone and take several pictures of his sister. The art exhibition, titled Season, was successfully held. When everyone was allowed to view the exhibition on their own, someone came over and patted Mu Xingyuan on the shoulder. "Hey, you're Mu Xingyuan." Mu Xingyuan felt somewhat displeased by the other party's tone and actions. The man who greeted him wasn't exactly ordinary looking, but he was all right looking. However, despite being a young man, he always gave off a greasy vibe. "Who are you?" "Chailin, you've heard of him, right?" "I've never heard of that before." However, Mu Xingyuan smiled politely and said, "Hello, I hope you enjoy your visit to the exhibition." After saying that, he turned around and wanted to leave this person. To everyone's surprise, Chailin seemed oblivious to the situation and grabbed him directly. "Let's chat for a bit. I heard you and Liao Shan are quite close." Upon hearing this, Mu Xingyuan knew that this person had come prepared and was targeting him. He looked directly at the other person. "So Liao Shan went to that poor, destitute place, Haicheng, for your sake." Chailin's tone wasn't very friendly, and he looked Mu Xingyuan up and down. "It's nothing special." Faced with this person's provocation, Mu Xingyuan was speechless. "Are you very free?" Chailin did not expect Mu Xingyuan to refute him with such a statement. "Today is my sister's art exhibition. In order to prepare for the works in this exhibition, she has spent almost all her time in the studio this year except for classes. Yet in places like this, you can't see the results of her work. You can't see any trace of her growth that might be that of a future artist. You can only see me as an imaginary enemy in your eyes, and I am nothing compared to what you imagine me to be." When Chailin provoked Haicheng by saying it was a small place, he even used a bit of a Shanghai accent. Unexpectedly, Mu Xingyuan retorted in fluent Mandarin, clearly and distinctly, without uttering a single swear word, completely belittling Chailin into nothingness. There weren't many people around them, but there were also quite a few. Chailin deliberately wanted to embarrass Mu Xingyuan in public, but he didn't expect that he would be the one to embarrass himself. "What are you pretending for?" Seeing the opponent's fighting strength, Mu Xingyuan didn't even bother with him, and simply raised his hand towards the exit. "Welcome to the exhibition, but if you're looking for trouble, get lost." Having been rebuffed, Chailin dared not cause trouble in such a setting. He himself is no match for Mu Xingyuan, and the Chai family is no match for the Mu family either. Chailin only wanted to vent his anger verbally, but he ended up making a fool of himself. Just then, a boy who was about their age but acted a little more mature walked over. He extended his hand to Mu Xingyuan and said, "Hello Xingyuan, I am Liao Shan's cousin, Liao Changqi. She brought a gift for Xiaoya and asked me to pass it on." Despite knowing that Liao Changqi was the one who rescued Chailin, Mu Xingyuan was not going to give him a cold shoulder. "Little Moon is over there. I'll take you there." Upon hearing this, Liao Changqi glanced at Chailin beside him and said, "Go play somewhere else. Even if you don't understand it, you can still get some artistic inspiration." Chailin, His face flushed with suppressed anger, turned and left without saying a word. Liao Changqi only spoke again when he was alone. I heard from Liao Shan that you went to Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics? Yes, robotics engineering major at Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. In that case, you'll have to call me senior. Upon hearing this, Mu Xingyuan looked at the other person and asked, You're also with Beijing Airlines? You'll be a junior soon. Let's exchange contact information. You can come find me if you need anything at school. Liao Qichang offered to take out his phone. Mu Xingyuan, who was standing to the side, was also somewhat surprised. He was about to go to a new place, and not knowing the rules and regulations there, he felt a little uneasy. Liao Qichang's appearance directly resolved this concern. All right, senior, please approve this. Mu Xingyuan changed his words accordingly. Upon hearing this form of address, Liao Qichang's previously upturned lips softened, revealing a hint of genuine sincerity. If nothing unexpected happens, I will take office as the student council president when school starts. You can come to me if you encounter any problems at school. This is no senior student. This is a powerful backer who came knocking on our door. Mu Xingyuan accepted his kindness, saying, Thank you, senior. I'll treat you to dinner another day. You don't need to treat me to a meal. I already promised someone else a meal. As he spoke, Liao Qichang winked at Mu Xingyuan. He instantly realized that the reason Liao Qichang had taken the initiative to appear in front of him was because that little girl Liao Shan had pulled some strings. Chapter 2:20 Study Tour. After chatting for a while, Mu Xingyuan couldn't help but ask the question that had been bothering him for a long time. Does Liao Shan have any other siblings who look similar to her? Liao Qichang thought about the relatives and friends of Liao Shan that he had met with doubt. No, the Liao family only has boys, and this is their only precious little sister. Even his cousin couldn't resolve the doubts in Mu Xingyuan's mind. He had no choice but to clear his mind. We continued chatting with Liao Qichang about some interesting things about Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics. On the same day, a reporter also arranged an exclusive interview with Xia Yueliang. The interview was scheduled for the morning of the following day, before the event began, and the location was set in Little Moon's studio. This was her first time facing the media on her own. Mu Xingkang and Yun followed along, worried about her. Off camera, Mu Xingyuan clenched his fist at Xiaoya, signaling her to keep going. Little Moon smiled sweetly at him. The interview begins. When asked by a reporter, the works in this exhibition are very different from those in the previous Seoul exhibition. What was the impetus for your change in creative philosophy? Before the reporter even asked the question, he already had the answer in mind, the catalyst being the recovery of the other of the Mu family's missing twins. But she still wanted to hear the creator's own answer. And Little Moon's answer was indeed just as she had expected. He's back. But Little Moon's world is more complicated than she imagined. Before he came back, there was no color, only black and white. Come back, flowers bloom, birds sing, fog dissipates. Little Moon can't yet have a complete conversation with the reporter, so she tries to express her inner world using phrases. These few words were what the return of the protagonist in Seoul meant to the moon. Her closed-off world was finally opened up. The things we take for granted finally became meaningful to her. As expected, this interview report was met with skepticism from some people as soon as it was published. But no one in the Mu family cared about these things. That's just how the world is. There will always be different voices, whether they're trying to show off their uniqueness or to demonstrate their individuality. True strength lies in allowing everything to happen. Little Moon's art exhibition will last for 6 months. From the start of summer vacation to the end of winter vacation. The teachers at Songyu Painting Studio organized a summer camp and wanted to take a few students to Shanghai to see an art exhibition. Let the students go back and communicate with their parents first. If they are interested, the teacher will then talk to the parents about the travel arrangements. I don't care whether or not I see Songyu's paintings at the art exhibition, but she hasn't been taken out to play by her parents in a long time. The last time Song Yuhua went on a trip was before her brother Xingyu came home, so she was particularly looking forward to this study tour. I rushed home as soon as school was over. She knocked on the study door, but it wasn't her father who came out, but her brother. Song Yuhua looked up at Song Xingyu. Where's Dad? In the room. He watched as his little sister ran to Song Anmin's door, knocked hard, and sweetly called out, "Daddy." Then they went into Song Anmin's room. Since falling ill, Song Anmin's temper has become increasingly eccentric. He had already dismissed the 2 caregivers he initially hired, and 2 new caregivers arrived today. One of them had just helped Song Anmin into bed. Song Yuhua ran in at that moment. "Dad." Seeing his little daughter reminds Song Anmin of his adorable little son who was taken away by Pan Ro, but he can't take his anger out on the child. "What's wrong?" Song Anmin asked curtly. "A study tour." The teacher organized a study tour. Song Yuhua knew exactly what kind of children adults liked, so she pretended to be well-behaved at this moment. "Go ahead. Where are you going this time?" "Shanghai." Upon hearing the words Shanghai, Song Anmin's expression changed drastically. "No, I can't go." This sight startled Song Yuhua, who quickly got up and stopped approaching Song Anmin's bedside. Song Anmin glared fiercely at Song Yuhua. "If you go to Shanghai, don't come back." Song Yuhua, of course, had no idea where Song Anmin's deep resentment towards Shanghai came from, and neither did Song Xingyu. Only Song Anmin himself knows the truth. Pan Ro transited through Shanghai from Haicheng to fly abroad, but after her plane arrived in Shanghai, he couldn't find out any further information about her itinerary. He absolutely refused to believe that no one had helped in the middle. Who in the Shanghai Stock Exchange has the ability and power to intervene? Only one person. He himself will no longer go to Shanghai, nor will he allow his children to go to Shanghai. He naturally wouldn't explain these absurd remarks to the 2 children. He simply refused Song Yuhua with a serious expression. "Absolutely not." At that moment, Song Xingyu, who was standing by the door, suddenly walked into the room. Looking at the Song Yu painting next to the dressing table. "What are you going to do?" Song Yuhua's tone was much softer than before. "Let's go on a study tour. Let's go to Shanghai for a study tour." He didn't say yes or no. He just squatted down and looked Song Yuhua at eye level. "From now on, you can discuss these things with me. From now on, your older brother will be in charge of this family, understand?" Although he had a kind smile on his face, the smile didn't quite reach his eyes. Song Yuhua looked at her bedridden father with a dazed expression, then at her brother in front of her, and slowly nodded. "Song Xingyu, I'm not dead yet." While Song Anmin was cursing, Song Xingyu patted Song Yuhua on the back. "Go out." Sensing the changes in the house, Song Yuhua quickly ran out of the room. Song Xingyu turned to look at her father, who was lying on the bed, pounding the bed and yelling, and picked at her own ear. He said it lightly. "The housekeeper has resigned." Song Anmin felt as if something had choked him. "What did you say?" He looked at his youngest son in disbelief. "Impossible. Song Anmin's old friend has worked in this household for over 20 years. He's the person who's been with him the longest, besides Chui Wan. Even to some extent. The housekeeper knew things that Chui Wan didn't, and he knew Song Anmin's preferences better than Chui Wan did. He can't leave, he can't." Song Xingyu leaned against the spot where Song Yuhua had just hidden. "A good bird chooses a good tree to roost in. You have become a withered branch and a fallen willow. The steward should naturally find a better place." He looked at Song Anmin, who was shaking his head, and straightened up. "In that case, since you 2 have worked together for many years, I'll have him come and say goodbye to you in person." With a hint of smugness, he left the room. Song Anmin didn't have to wait long before the butler knocked on the door, entered the room, and greeted him as master. Those familiar words brought tears to Song Anmin's eyes. "You're leaving too? Even you're leaving?" His tone was full of resentment. The butler looked somewhat embarrassed. "My daughter-in-law gave birth to her 2nd child, and the family can't take care of everything. So they asked me to quit my job and go back to take care of her." Anyone with eyes to see knows that this is just an excuse he made up to leave the Song family. A housekeeper with an annual salary of hundreds of thousands still needs to go home and take care of the children. Knowing that it was useless to persuade them to stay, Song Anmin simply closed his eyes and said, "Go. All of you go." Chapter 2, 21 Brother, you're so good. Now everyone knows the truth. The power in the Song residence now rests in the hands of Song Xingyu. The butler was Song Anmin's confidant. It was only a matter of time before he was replaced. Rather than dragging it out until the end and making things ugly for everyone, it's better to leave gracefully now. Before leaving the room, the butler said one last thing. Take care, sir. He bowed slightly to his bedside and left the Song family that same day with the payment from Song Xingyu. As for the study tours related to Song Yu's paintings, Song Xingyu, who had originally intended to agree, made a phone call immediately after hearing that the teacher's quote would cost tens of thousands of yuan for the round trip. Why would it cost tens of thousands of yuan to see an art exhibition in Shanghai? The other party felt quite embarrassed when they received Song Xingyu's sudden call. We will arrange to meet with some well-known artists in Shanghai during this trip. In addition, we eat and stay in 5-star hotels and have hired bodyguards and nannies to take care of the children, so the price will be a little higher. For Song Xingyu a year ago, this 80,000 yuan was equivalent to the Zheng family's annual income. Having just taken control of the finances for the first time, Song Xingyu simply couldn't accept such exorbitant spending that was beyond his comprehension. Song Yu will not go to paint. After hanging up the phone, he cursed the other party as a liar. Looking at the Song Yu painting in front of me. What kind of extracurricular class is that? It's a complete ripoff. Song Yuhua's eyes widened slightly. Then I don't need to go anymore? I'm not going. He paused for a moment after he finished speaking. Finish your remaining courses, and then we won't go. Young and ignorant, Song Yuhua, who only knew how to play, jumped up happily. I was initially a little upset because I couldn't go on study tours, but now it's great. I don't have to go to extracurricular classes anymore. She glanced tentatively at Song Xingyu. My mom also signed me up for an etiquette class. Etiquette class? In Song Xingyu's view, this kind of thing was a pure money-grabbing scheme. What occasions in our family require us to specifically learn etiquette? Let's not go. Song Yuhua excitedly threw herself at Song Xingyu. Brother, you're so good to me. You're the best brother in the whole world. After saying that, she started shouting and yelling around the room like she was having a blast. Now, no one in the entire Song family is going to restrain or discipline her. After running around the house aimlessly, Song Yuhua suddenly returned to her room, picked up the gray rabbit on her bed, opened the window, and threw it forcefully out. Go to hell. The doll landed without making any loud noise. It only bent the grass on the lawn. Mu Xingyuan picked up the doll from the ground. Looking up at the upstairs window, Little Moon was sticking out her tongue and loudly apologizing. It's from a cream puff. Beside her younger sister, a small German shepherd was sticking out its tongue and wagging its tail wildly, barking at Mu Xingyuan. This is the pet that Little Moon's psychologist recommended she get. The purpose was also to reduce the amount of emotional investment that Xiaoyu Liang would place on Mu Xingyuan. The arrival of the cream puffs did indeed drain a lot of Little Moon's energy. The puppy was at the age of being very mischievous, running around the Mu family compound every day as if it never got tired, and always dragging Little Moon along to play games with it. Cream puff, here you go. Mu Xingyuan tried to throw it back upstairs with all his might, but the building was too high and he couldn't get it up there. Suddenly, another tall figure appeared beside him. It was Tiger, who was in Shanghai on a business trip. I'll do it. Tiger picked up the doll in his hand. Little Moon clapped her hands upstairs. Go. Go. Overwhelmed by the cuteness, Tiger put all his strength into throwing it upwards, only to land on the ground floor of the 3rd floor. This doll is too light. Little Moon and Puff looked down at the scene below with disappointment from upstairs. Then let's go down. Just then, a little guy wobbled out. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. Tiger was pleasantly surprised when Kuyu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly appeared. Where did you hide just now, you little brat? He called out to Kuyu several times when he came in, but Kuyu ignored him. Just then, Kuyu picked up the doll and put it in the storage compartment. Suddenly, his arms stretched out and grabbed the 1st floor balcony like a grabbing hand. Tiger stared wide-eyed as the little robot climbed up the wall from the outside. He handed the doll to Little Moon. This. At this moment, Kuyu turned around and glanced down. Suddenly, the bottom turned into a spring just as he was about to jump down. Mu Xingyuan stopped him in time. Don't jump, take the stairs. The little face on the Cool Play electronic screen fell. I went straight up the stairs. Is this the new feature you upgraded for him this time? Tiger was genuinely pleasantly surprised. More than. As Mu Xingyuan spoke, he called the Cool Play to the outside when it arrived on the 1st floor. Show Tiger your new feature. The little robot was thrilled to hear that it could show off. He happily walked ahead of Mu Xingyuan. Tiger walked alongside him, looking at the Mu family's courtyard with a puzzled expression. What's going on in your yard? Did you turn over the soil to plant vegetables? This is Coldplay's new feature. As he spoke, he directed the little robot to start working. Tiger, standing nearby, watched as the axle beneath Coldplay's feet spun rapidly, digging a hole like a dog digging a hole, and soon it had done so. Now I know why the yard was so full of potholes. However, the Coldplay's feet used to be springs, but now they've been replaced with hinges. Are you planning to convert Coldplay into an agricultural application? Tiger guessed. Mu Xingyuan shook his head. This inspiration came from playing games recently. Keep watching. When Kuyu encountered a rocky obstacle, it sucked the small stone into its body, making a clanging sound. Wow, it also functions as a vacuum cleaner. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a slightly larger rock in front of him. Suddenly, Coldplay's robotic arm extended, lifted the stone, and the controller on its chest flashed, instantly shattering the large stone. Tiger stared, his mouth agape. Holy crap, Kuyu's attack power is amazing. Very good, we're one step further away from mass production of Coldplay. Do we need to register this? They can climb high walls and scale eaves, and even dig 3 feet into the ground and break boulders. It's getting more and more brutal. Kuyu was like a child who had just learned a new skill, and he kept showing it off to Huzi. This annoyed Huzi, who wanted to talk to Mu Xingyuan alone. Turn off the power and stop making noise here. Coldplay pulled out a water gun from somewhere, sprayed Tiger's face with water, and then ran away quickly. He was so angry that he stomped his feet on the spot. You've spoiled this child rotten. What are you saying, Tiger? You treat robots like children, yet you accuse others of spoiling their children. After sending Coldplay away, the surroundings finally quieted down. Tiger finally had time to sit down and chat with Mu Xingyuan. Chui Wan stayed in the hospital for half a month and was then transferred to the 6th hospital for treatment. Chapter 2:22 Protracted War. Tiger was referring to recent events that had happened to the Song family. Song Xingyu, whose new students will be starting school in September, is indeed too busy to be in 2 places at once. After confirming with the hospital that Chui Wan's post-operative recovery was going well. In the end, they signed the consent form and sent Chui Wan to Haiqing 6th Hospital. Haiqing 6th Hospital is a well-known local mental hospital, but it's different from the place Song Anmin had someone send Chui Wan there last time. This is a regular public hospital that receives and treats patients with mental illness. It seems this person has truly gone mad this time. Of course she's really gone mad. After the intense mental shock she experienced after the surgery, it was inevitable that she would go mad. Mu Xingyuan said, as he picked up the teapot and poured water for Huzi. He was still wearing the beaded bracelet that his second brother had given him. Tiger couldn't help but complain. You're acting like a con man trying to trick me into buying tea. Mu Xingyuan laughed at his words. Pan Ro has settled down overseas. The money she got back is enough for her to live a carefree life for the rest of her days. How's Song Anmin doing? I don't know what they were thinking. They drove away Song Yuqi, who came back to help, and the old housekeeper also left. Now Song Xingyu is in charge of the Song family. Hearing this, Mu Xingyuan nodded in satisfaction. He Rong is still keeping his promise. Tiger, standing to the side, learned from Mu Xingyuan's subsequent explanation that there was more to the story. Before Mu Xingyuan agreed to let Kong Yun treat Chui Wan, he had his mother make a request to the He family. It's okay to save Chui Wan, but after that, no matter what happens to the Song family, Song Yuqi and the He family can't lend a hand again. This suggestion was exactly what He Rong wanted to do. He agreed without hesitation. The office address of Coldplay in Beijing was also transferred to us by He Rong at a low price. Otherwise, why would I agree to such a request so easily, like doing charity? Looking at Mu Xingyuan, who was strategizing with great skill, Tiger was once again glad that he hadn't chosen to go against the other party just because he was young, but instead became partners with him. During the past 6 months of planning, Mu Xingyuan had witnessed everything he had done step by step. It can be said that the Song family was completely destroyed without bloodshed. Compared to others, Song Yuqi's marriage to the He family can be considered that Song Anmin and his wife did something decent. Huzi couldn't help but sigh. Mu Xingyuan shook his head. The He family's waters are deep and filthy, and he Rong is no good person. It's good to be born into an ordinary family. This was the first time Tiger truly felt that although his family wasn't wealthy, it was good to have a simple and happy life. With the poor economic climate, the song group's performance is just so, and the small amount of dividends they receive each year probably won't be enough to sustain their previous luxurious lifestyle. Mu Xingyuan continued his rational analysis. Song Xingyu doesn't have much of a financial sense. If he doesn't cut back on spending in time, he'll probably have to sell his house, car, and stocks within a year or two. Just think about the vanity that whole family has in their bones. Tiger curled his lip, saying, "It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality." The Song family cannot accept a downgrade in their consumption. Mu Xingyuan turned the teacup upside down on the table and looked at Hu Zi with a smile. After making the final move, there's nothing more to do but wait and see what happens to the Song family. Tiger suddenly made a concluding statement. A crazy mother, a paralyzed father, a broken home, and a frail man. Even if Song Xingyu is truly a business genius, it won't make a difference. Because neither Mu Xingyuan nor the Mu family will give the Song family any chance to turn things around. Certainly, given Song Anmin's current mindset, he will never be able to turn his life around. His temper became increasingly eccentric after he fell ill. The caregiver who came to the Song family for the second time also couldn't stand Song Anmin and resigned after working for less than a week. If Song Xingyu hadn't paid part of the compensation, they were all about to call the police because Song Anmin had assaulted them without permission. It would be one thing to get angry simply because the caregiver is not taking good care of you. But the problem is that these caregivers are professional nursing graduates with several years of experience. She would also be picked on by Song Anmin. Left with no other choice, Song Xingyu could only personally take care of him at his bedside. Even so, he would often beat and scold Song Xingyu. Enough. When Song Anmin once again inexplicably overturned the food on the ground, Song Xingyu finally lost her temper. After roaring, he took deep breaths. When he saw Song Anmin stare wide-eyed and swing his healthy arm at him, Song Xingyu exerted great force. They pushed Song Anmin away, causing him to fall from his wheelchair to the ground. Song Anmin mumbled incoherent curses at Song Xingyu. He tried to stand up on his own while holding onto the wheelchair. All of this was witnessed by Song Yuhua, who was eating at the same table next to her. After Song Xingyu calmed down, she went forward and helped Song Anmin up, making sure he was seated in his wheelchair. "I will start school at the end of August. There will be caregivers to take care of you during the day. If you lose your temper again and yell at them to leave, then you'll have to pee in your pants from now on. I can afford diapers too." Smack. The slap still landed on Song Xingyu's face. He slowly straightened up and looked at Song Anmin in the wheelchair. "Good, well done. It seems you still don't understand the current situation." Song Xingyu pushed the wheelchair directly outdoors. The sun was blazing outside. He simply said, "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat." He turned around and went into the air-conditioned room, deleted Song Anmin's fingerprints, and locked the door. His father, who was paralyzed on one side, was left exposed to the scorching sun outside. Inside the house, Song Yuhua saw Song Xingyu return. "I put down my chopsticks and bowl, unsure of what to do next." Song Xingyu then moved Song Anmin's kitchen utensils aside and suddenly sat down in the main seat. "Have a meal." Only the brother and sister remained in the restaurant. Song Anmin outside was quite capable. He picked up a large rock and smashed it against the glass of the door. The security system was immediately triggered, and security guards and servants gathered around. Song Xingyu slowly finished her lunch, looking at the security guards who had gathered around, unsure of what to do. "Go do what you're supposed to do, don't stand around here." Then he looked at Song Anmin. "Smash it, tear this house down, then I'll admit you've got guts." Having said enough, he left with his driver. Now, Song Xingyu is in charge of the entire Song family, and no one dares to stop him. Sitting in the car, watching the scenery rushing past the window, Song Xingyu felt a mix of emotions. Is this what it feels like to have power? That's really good. Since Song Anmin became paralyzed and his assets were forced to be transferred to Song Xingyu, the father and son seemed to be engaged in an invisible power struggle within the Song family. Certainly, in each instance, Song Xingyu came out on top by a slight margin. However, Song Anmin seemed unwilling to admit that he was useless and insisted on competing with his son in this small Song residence. This tug-of-war. It ended on an otherwise ordinary, sunny day. That day, the new caregiver was so flustered that she couldn't undo Song Anmin's belt, causing him to urinate in front of Song Xingyu. Song Anmin's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He became a complete failure. It wasn't just this illness that prevented him from standing up. And then there was the loss of self-esteem that came with that accident. Chapter 2:23 Absolute Trust. Song Xingyu had also visited the 6th hospital a few times. The hospital has examined Chui Wan, diagnosed her with mental health issues, and started treating her accordingly. But weeks passed, and Chui Wan remained the same. I don't recognize Song Xingyu. I only recognize the white pillow in my hand. Now, Chui Wan feels as if she has returned to 18 years ago, when Xiao Songyuan was just over a year old. She is forever frozen in time, the day before her child was lost. No matter how the outside world changes, no matter how much Song Xingyu calls out to her, they gave no feedback and were simply immersed in their own world. After a few times, Song Xingyu simply stopped coming to the hospital. Even if she did, it wouldn't make any difference. Chui Wan didn't react at all. Song Xingyu's score barely made it into Haicheng University. However, the admissions office staff had been dealing with the Song family for many years. When the results came out, Song Anmin made a few connections and got Song Xingyu admitted. On the first day of school at Haicheng University, a red Ferrari supercar drove into the school in a high-profile manner. As Song Xingyu got off the bus wearing sunglasses, she was greeted with envious glances from her classmates. Despite all the events that happened to the Song family this summer, he still managed to get his driver's license. It's all for this moment of showing off. He had been waiting for this day for far too long. Under the sunshade near the freshman registration area, a group of young men were waiting for freshmen to get phone cards. 2 men stood on the outside, smoking cigarettes, watching the somewhat flamboyant Song Xingyu. Who is this guy? He looks pretty rich. Some curious people went to the freshman registration area to inquire about the situation. Upon hearing that the person who came was Song Xingyu, she ran over. He is Song Xingyu. One of them paused. Song Yushu's younger brother? Right. The two looked at each other. Look at this kid. He looks a lot like his sister. He looks much richer than his sister. The leader stubbed out his cigarette and said, "Find out who this guy is." The flamboyant Song Xingyu was unaware that her university life had just begun, and she had already been targeted by a group of people with ulterior motives. Beijing Airlines also reached the day for new student registration. At Shanghai Airport, a pair of twins who look alike stand together, checking their flight information with their tickets. Won't Dad be angry? Standing in front of the security checkpoint were Mu Xingyuan and Xiao Yuelyang. It's okay if Dad is angry. Just make sure you can make Mom feel better when you get back. Besides Little Moon's art exhibition, this holiday also included. The family discussed most about how to send Mu Xingyuan off to school. Mu Xing and Mu Xingyun, a father and son with a strong sense of ceremony, made a grand announcement at home. After all, this was sending the top provincial scorer to school. They had to make a good impression. Mu Xingyuan overheard their plan. They secretly lied about their reporting date and planned the date and time they would sneak away. Are you kidding me? He doesn't want to embarrass himself so badly on the first day of freshman enrollment. Keeping a low profile is a life principle that Mu Xingyuan has ingrained in his bones. Pity. The escape plan was exposed by Little Moon as soon as it was put into action. Just as he was about to book his plane ticket, Xiaoya knocked on the door and entered Mu Xingyuan's room. Those eyes narrowed as they looked at Mu Xingyuan across from them. You're causing trouble. It's not a question, it's a statement of certainty. Knowing he couldn't hide it from Yuliang, Mu Xingyuan pulled her into the room and closed the door. I can let you know, but you have to keep it a secret. Little Moon, who had originally agreed, immediately refused when she heard that Mu Xingyuan was planning to enroll in school behind the back of the whole family. I'll go too. What are you going there for? Don't you also need to go to school to register? Mu Xing was still worried about Yuliang being out there, so he decided to let her apply to the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts and stay with her family. Looking at the moon, she pouted in dissatisfaction, and her eyes welled up with tears as she blinked. Mu Xingyuan immediately raised his hands in surrender. All right, you go ahead and help me register. I'll take you back to Shanghai after that, okay? Humph. Little Moon gave a slightly arrogant snort, which was taken as agreement to his suggestion. So the twins secretly began to make travel plans. To be precise, it was Mu Xingyuan who changed his travel plans. It's easy to talk about him alone, but if we're talking about Little Moon, it's better to be more detailed. What Mu Xingyuan didn't know was, he kept it a secret from his family, and so did Ziyu Eliang. Ultimately, Cool Game leaked the information. The little guy said goodbye to each member of the Mu family the day before he left. Cool Play was dormant in the living room. When it turned on in the morning, it encountered Dean Kong, who was enjoying a rare moment of leisure at home and could have breakfast. The little one took a fresh flower that the maid had just changed that morning from the vase and ran over. Oh, look, what an elegant and beautiful lady she is, as flawless as a white pearl nurtured by Mother Ocean. Kong Yun had long been used to its flattery and dubbed tone. He picked up his milk and took a sip. Artificial pearls have been around for a while now. Your database needs updating. Seeing the sweaty expression on the little robot's face, Kong Yun was amused and accepted the flowers handed to her. Thank you, young gentleman. No need to thank me. I'm here to say goodbye to the beautiful lady. I'm setting sail tomorrow. Kong Yun interrupted it. Tomorrow? She knew that Xingyuan would take Kuyu to Kyoto. But why tomorrow? Sensing something was amiss, Kong Yun put down her chopsticks and began to probe for information. You know your whole family loves you. Why don't you stay a little longer? Cool Play swayed left and right. No, I must stay with my master. Oh, has he already bought the train ticket? Will you be able to pass through the high-speed rail security check? Kong Yun asked, feigning concern. Sure enough, the naive little fellow revealed everything without hesitation. The owner has already arranged for air freight, so there won't be any problems for me. I have another surgery tomorrow morning, so I'll come back to see you off in the afternoon. Cool Play extended its mechanical arm and placed it in Kong Yun's hand. No need for that. We got up early and set off. I hope you always have a good mood. Very good. Mu Xingyuan's flight is tomorrow morning. He will depart from the airport to Kyoto. After finishing his questions, Kong Yun smiled kindly. Thank you, Kuyu, unaware that he had completely sold out his master. And so he said goodbye to everyone in the Mu family. Wait until it completes one full rotation. The news from the whole family was gathered together. Cool Play has revealed exactly which airport the brother and sister departed from and which flight they took. Mu Xing, who returned home late at night, went back to his and his wife's room. After teasing Cool Play for a few minutes, he suddenly felt sentimental. Silly boy, you don't even know your master has been sold out. He thought Cool Game wouldn't reply to his message. Unexpectedly, Kuyu's eyes flickered. I will not betray my master. His tone became much more serious and solemn. The permissions that the owner sets for family members are based on unconditional and absolute trust. Chapter 2:24 Freshman Registration. The couple exchanged a glance, looking at Kuyu with some surprise. Did you do this on purpose? Kuyu's eyes curved into crescent moons. I hope you have a good mood every day. On this day, the Mu family had a new understanding of the level of intelligence of Cool Play. If it weren't for the lack of time, the Mu family all wanted to get to know Xiao Kuyu again in a way that was presented to them as adults. They now understood why Mu Xingyuan always said that it would pretend to be the least suspicious human in order to interact with everyone. Early the next morning, as usual, Kong Yun hurriedly asked Mu Xing to take her to the hospital. The twins didn't notice anything amiss with the couple's acting skills. Then, as usual, the second brother went downstairs to exercise, and after having breakfast, he returned to his room. During this brief respite, the brother and sister quietly left the Mu residence. The brother and sister, thinking they had gotten away with it, were unaware that their parents had gotten up early that morning and gone to the airport to check in for their flight. When the two of them left home, the second and third brothers also came out of the room at the same time. Come on. Are your ID cards all packed up? Yes, I brought it. Shanghai Airport. The twins passed through security smoothly and entered the waiting area. When reminded to prepare to board, Mu Xingyuan led Xiao Yueliang into the first-class cabin first. Mu Xingyuan sat down only after he had properly settled his younger sister. Meanwhile, in the family group chat, My second brother sent over a bunch of things and tagged Mu Xingyuan to come and see. The honest child obediently looked down at the message. They didn't even notice that the Mu family members had all boarded the plane one after another. Only little Moon seemed to sense something, frowning as she looked at the person to her side. Wearing a hat and mask, Mu Chungyun naturally felt his sister's gaze, and he knew how powerful his little Moon's sixth sense was. The moment their eyes met, he made a shushing gesture. Little Moon's eyes widened slightly as she stood up and scanned the cabin. Okay, my parents and my second and third brother's families were all on the plane. What's wrong? Hearing his younger brother's question. For the first time, Little Moon felt pity for her younger brother. She patted Mu Xingyuan on the head and sat down again. Seeing that Xiaoya was all right, Mu Xingyuan frowned and looked at his phone again. What is the deeper meaning behind this article that my second brother showed me? When the plane begins to fly smoothly, the Mu family members finally began to take action. Mu Xing and Kang Yun were sitting in the seats behind the siblings. Mu Xing stood up immediately and said, "What are you looking at so intently?" Mu Xingyuan, who was propping his face up with his hand and looking at the documents with one hand, didn't react in time and replied directly. "I'm looking at the product performance description. My mouth speaks faster than my brain. I only realized my mistake after I finished speaking. How can I hear my dad's voice on the plane?" He turned his head sharply and saw the two people who had claimed to be going to the hospital for a morning meeting that morning. "Dad? Mom?" Xingyuan. The laughter from the person behind him drew his attention again. "Second brother? And third brother?" Mu Xingyuan's face rarely showed such a surprised expression. "What are you all doing on the plane?" "Well, he's still agonizing over how to let his family know he's safe in Kyoto." Kang Yin reached out from behind and pinched Xiao Yu's cheek. "You've become quite capable. You even dare to run away without telling Mom and Xingyuan." Little Moon's cheeks were pinched, and she gently pursed her lips and frowned. "What's wrong with my little brother? He can't even handle this simple thing." The plane suddenly lurched, and the flight attendants asked everyone to return to their seats and fasten their seatbelts. Kang Yin sat back down in her chair and pointed at Mu Xingyuan. "I'll settle the score with you later." Seeing Xiaoya's disappointed look, Mu Xingyuan explained, "I promise I didn't leak it. It couldn't be a small Moon either. The one least likely to leak a secret in the Mu family is Little Moon." After a moment of contemplation, Mu Xingyuan identified the suspect. It must be Kuyu's doing. Sure enough, the person who knows the little robot best is its owner. After a flight of nearly 2 hours, the plane landed smoothly at Kyoto Airport. "You've all followed me here." Seeing that Mu Xingyuan was a little embarrassed, Mu Xing, as his father, put his hand on his son's shoulder. "We know you don't like it, and we won't go through all that formality, but you still have to have your parents take you to register. We can't take away that right too." Watching his father jokingly tease him, Mu Xingyuan was a little embarrassed. "Actually, I just didn't want to trouble everyone." Third brother walked beside me. "How can we talk about trouble when we're family? You're being too formal." Several people left the airport with their luggage. I spotted a familiar-looking van. "Is that you, eldest sister?" Mu Chengyin gave his younger brother a push from behind. "Hurry up and go. You and Xiaoyu can ride in your older sister's car. Chengyin's car is behind us." This really surprised Mu Xingyuan. Opening the car door, sure enough, Mu Fanxing was sitting inside. "Get on the bus, get on the bus." "Big sister, isn't your schedule already full this month?" Mu Xingyuan's tone was full of surprise. After the two of them sat down, Mu Fanxing hugged her younger sister and kissed her. "Work is nothing compared to you guys. I'll take you to register for work." These words startled both the assistant in the passenger seat and Mu Xingyuan. "There will be too many people on the first day of university. Xingxing, you'd better not go." Mu Xingyuan nodded in agreement. "Are you kidding me? The eldest sister escorted me to register for work. How could I possibly keep a low profile?" What was originally a plan for the two to escape turned into a family send-off for Mu Xingyuan as he entered school. The next day, the Mu family appeared at Beijing Airlines in their entirety. This also includes Mu Fanxing, who wore a sun-protective outfit, a sun hat, and a sun-protective mask. Not only could I not see her face, not even a single strand of her hair was visible. Moreover, girls nowadays pay quite a bit of attention to physical sun protection, so her appearance at school isn't out of place. Only occasionally would a questioning look appear over them. The upperclassmen at the freshman registration desk spotted the twins from afar, and upon looking behind them, exclaimed, "Wow, this family is so good-looking." One of the female students was attracted to him. He gestured to the student next to him not to move, and then took a big step forward. "I'll take care of this one. Junior students, the registration area is over here." Little Moon shook her head. Mu Xingyuan explained, "It's just me." As he spoke, he took out his admission notice. The senior student's smile froze the moment she saw his name, turning into a look of surprise. "You are Mu Xingyuan?" Mu Xingyuan nodded, somewhat puzzled. "Is there something wrong?" The senior student shook her head frantically. "Of course not." "Ugh, can someone explain why some people are both academically gifted and incredibly good-looking?" The senior student completely forgot about her work at the orientation office. He devoted himself solely to serving Mu Xingyuan. I took him to get his student card, showed him the dormitories, and finally reluctantly left him my contact information. "If you don't understand anything at school, just come and ask me. I'm always happy to help, and I'm not afraid of trouble." Chapter 225 Program Errors. Mu Xingyuan politely thanked him. He was just a figurehead at the dormitory. The Mu family had already arranged accommodation for him near the school. This family's exceptionally good looks were so striking that they were immediately featured on the school's confession wall after just one walk around the campus. It hasn't been overnight yet. Mu Xingyuan's identity as the provincial champion was then revealed. Beijing Airlines has never lacked talent. There's no shortage of handsome guys there either. But a handsome guy combined with genius is more appealing. Mu Xingyuan's supposedly low-key college life thus began. The family settled Mu Xingyuan's life in a lively and cheerful manner, and then left in a similarly lively manner. But now Mu Xingyuan is no longer afraid of separation. He knew that true family members are those who, no matter where you are, always have you in their hearts and think of you. The video call I receive every night. I receive packages from my older siblings from time to time. The love of family members is gradually healing this child who was once hurt. After the official start of the school year, Mu Xingyuan also received a notice from the school asking him to speak at the freshman orientation ceremony as a student representative. However, after hesitating, he declined the arrangement. The counselor looked at him in surprise upon hearing the refusal. "This is a speech by a freshman representative, aren't you going?" Wearing his military training uniform, Mu Xingyuan, who had gotten a bit tanned from the sun these past 2 days, firmly shook his head. "Thank you, teacher, but I'm not suitable." He not only refused the opportunity to speak as a freshman representative, but he also refused the selection of class officers and Liao Qichang's invitation to join the student council. Many people are waiting to see how this top provincial scorer will shine in university. Unexpected. Military training was the only group activity he ever participated in. After spending a month as a college student during the National Day holiday, Mu Xingyuan reappeared at school and became an oddball who didn't fit in with his class. He spent a month self-studying all the courses for his entire freshman year. During that time, he stopped the teacher countless times as get out of class was ending, asking questions that puzzled him. "The problem you're facing now isn't covered in the first-year courses. It's something you'll learn in the second year." The teacher's words seemed to open up a new world for Mu Xingyuan. After that, he started by auditing classes taught by second-year professors, and then moved on to auditing classes taught by third-year professors. His schedule was packed every day. He was either in the teaching building or the library. The female classmates who were initially happy to be assigned to the same class as him barely saw him more than a few times throughout the semester. I only found out about Mu Xingyuan's current situation through the campus confession wall. Every time someone posts his photo, there are comments from girls below. "Don't ask anymore. He's a man you can't get, literally can't get him." Mu Xingyuan, whose whereabouts were a mystery, was finally called in for a talk by his advisor at the end of the first semester. "Xingyuan, although your final grades are all good, your attendance rate is problematic." Before calling him to the office, the counselor had almost shaved his head off. She consistently ranked first in her class in all exams, but her attendance rate was consistently low. Only a few teachers who were relentlessly questioned by Mu Xingyuan gave him a passing grade for attendance. If you strictly follow the school rules, given Mu Xingyuan's attendance rate, even if he gets a perfect score, The grading cannot be based on the 3:7 ratio of attendance to neatness of the exam paper. They all need to be rebuilt. The counselor patiently looked at the high-achieving student in front of him. If you encounter any difficulties, you can tell your teacher what the reason is for not coming to school. Mu Xingyuan pursed his lips and frowned. He didn't offer much explanation, but instead sincerely apologized. His attitude was good, and his grades were indeed good, so the advisor didn't deliberately make things difficult for him. You must pay attention to attendance next semester. Okay, this winter break. Coldplay Technology has made a big move. Mu Xingyuan has completely stepped down and will no longer participate in the daily management of Kuyu. Instead, he handed the company over to Hu Zi to run completely, and all he had to do was wait to receive the company's dividends every year. To handle this matter, he personally returned to Haiqing. He is currently in Kyoto, a city completely different from Haiqing. Kyoto is dry, and by late autumn, most of the leaves on the trees along the streets have fallen. Kyoto is very big. Some of the new colleagues recruited by the Coolplay branch have a 1.5-hour commute each way, wasting 3 hours on the road every day. It's different there from Haiqing. The moment the plane landed and Mu Xingyuan stood on the ground, he seemed to smell that unique scent of Haiqing. On the way back to Coolplay Technology by car, Mu Xingyuan couldn't help but sigh. I used to think Haiqing was a big city, but it feels really far from the northern suburbs to the southern development zone. Looking back now, it feels quite different. Tiger, who came to pick them up in person, chuckled from the driver's seat. Of course, what city can compare to Kyoto? To return to this land once again, Mu Xingyuan realized that he hadn't thought about the Song family for a long time, and the past of the Song family. The city he once thought was too big to leave when he was young became a place he would not often return to. The pain that I once thought would last a lifetime has turned into nothing more than a speck of dust over the long years. A phone call from Sister Siener to Hu Zi interrupted Mu Xingyuan's thoughts. Where are we? We're almost at the restaurant. About 10 more minutes. Damn, this is so slow. He hung up the phone after saying that. Mu Xingyuan, hearing her accent, asked, What's wrong with Sister Siener's tone? Sigh, Siener is dating a male college student who is 10 years younger than her. That guy is from Northeast China. Siener has been dating him for half a year and is now a native of Northeast China. Oh, that's right. Old friends gathered, drinking and chatting happily. During the meal, Yu Siener came over and praised Zhao Ming to Mu Xingyuan. Now that the game community is established, we don't need to invest as much in advertising as we did in the early stages when releasing new games. That kid you recommended is pretty capable, although Zhao Ming and Mu Xingyuan live in different cities. But this guy would call him every now and then to report on his recent work progress. Mu Xingyuan was right about him. He was a valuable asset. The defecation initiative, which gradually faded from the decision-making level of Coolplay Technology over the past year and a half, has been very successful. Mu Xingyuan's departure will have virtually no impact on the company's overall operations. At the end of the final meeting, Lu Yong stayed behind and spoke with him alone for a few minutes. He had been trying to quit smoking recently, and after checking his pockets several times, he finally pulled out a piece of chewing gum. I had a feeling that Coolplay would face this day. Mu Xingyuan looked at Lu Yong with a puzzled expression. You are different from us. Your appearance in Haiqing was like a program error. Now that the error has been corrected, you should get back on track. As he said this, Lu Yong raised his palm and made a turning motion like a railway track. These words left Mu Xingyuan silent for a long time before he finally looked up at the other person. It's not a program error. You must write the correct source code into the program. Nothing can be missing. Chapter 226, Final Chapter. There's another important thing I need to do when I return to Haiqing this time. It's to attend Lu Yong's wedding. This nearly 30-year-old hypocrite and scoundrel, however, encountered a true intellectual, a university Chinese language teacher. The girl doesn't love luxury cars and designer bags. She prefers romantic and sentimental things. But it took Lu Yong a long time to win her over. Someone's simple statement that they didn't like the smell of cigarettes and alcohol led Lu Yong to quit smoking, which he had started in his teens, and to stop attending drinking parties. Mu Xingyuan and Hu Zi and a few others got up early to go to the bride's house to pick her up. He looked at the bustling crowd outside the car, somewhat surprised. Is this Acorn Street? Tiger, who was driving, hummed in agreement. This place was abandoned for half a year after the accident. People still need to make a living, so people gradually came back to set up stalls. The morning market has reopened. The car was moving rather slowly here. Mu Xingyuan saw elderly men and women at the morning market, riding tricycles and casually spreading out bags to sell vegetables grown in their own gardens on the street. Acorn Street has finally returned to its former state, free from forced commercial intervention. Good. Yes, and now the area adjacent to the pedestrian street is also planned to be expanded to include the pedestrian street area. The project is currently under bidding. Cities will always need to develop. The wedding procession was a lively and bustling affair. Mu Xingyuan, this handsome young man, was also favored by his wife's family, and aunties would often come over to chat with him. But this kept Hu Zi very busy, as he had to help the groom create a festive atmosphere while also protecting Mu Xingyuan like a mother hen. Auntie, I can't add you on WeChat. My brother is still a minor. Oh, what does it matter? Just add it in for a couple of years, and you'll be an adult. I have to say, my aunt's thinking is quite advanced. We arrived at the wedding banquet venue. Looking at the bride, who looked even more beautiful in her wedding dress and had a dignified and elegant appearance, Mu Xingyan turned to Hu Zi and sighed. That kid's got a lucky life. That's not true. Tiger's face was full of smiles. They were all lucky. If I hadn't met Mu Xingyuan back then, I wouldn't have this good life today. He and Lu Yong might be sitting in jail right now. Come on, have a drink. Friends and family knew that the wine in Lu Yong's glass had been replaced with water, but no one called him out on it. These usually outspoken and sarcastic friends were all surprisingly well-behaved on their wedding day. But this old guy has really given that guy enough face. After attending Lu Yong's wedding, Mu Xingyuan's last task in Haiqing was considered complete. On the day of parting, Tiger and the others went to the airport to see them off. Xiener, who has never been one to act on emotion, suddenly found herself crying when she hugged Mu Xingyuan goodbye, her eyes reddening. The people around her and Mu Xingyuan all comforted her. Oh, what's the big deal? You can see the boss when you go to the Kyoto branch for a meeting. That's right. It's not like we haven't seen each other for 10 or 20 years. To everyone's utter surprise, their words became a self-fulfilling prophecy. Some of them never saw Mu Xingyuan again for more than 20 years afterward. He boarded a plane bound for Shanghai. From the moment they landed in Haiqing until they left, neither Mu Xingyuan nor Hu Zi mentioned the Song family or the Song group again. True peace is not reconciliation, but forgetting. The new semester has begun. The counselor had assumed that, given the previous warning, Mu Xingyuan's behavior would be somewhat restrained. Unexpectedly, this kid skipped even more classes. It wouldn't be accurate to say he simply skipped classes. He selectively attended classes. He appears in class every day, but never in his own class. After all, counselors are responsible for the daily management of students. If everyone is like Mu Xingyuan, how can he manage them? So what if he's the top scorer in the province and a top student? I've never seen any academic superstar act this arrogantly. In the second semester of his freshman year, the counselor spoke with Mu Xingyuan again. The tone and attitude in this conversation were somewhat harsher. You failed too many courses in the past 2 semesters. You should go back to freshman year and retake them next semester. The counselor thought that by threatening Mu Xingyuan, he would soften and correct his attitude towards learning. I never expected this. Mu Xingyuan simply said, "Okay, thank you, teacher." "Thank you, teacher? Are you mocking me? I completed my entire first year of university." To the astonishment of the students, Mu Xingyuan, who had attracted much attention at the beginning of the semester, had actually repeated a grade. This news shattered the image of him in the minds of some classmates who had a good impression of him. People's preconceived notion: he could repeat a year in his first year of university, so what kind of serious student is he? Mu Xingyuan was indeed not a typical student. In the second semester of his freshman year, he invested all the profits from Cool Play over the past few years, as well as the dividends he received from the Mu family shipping company, into it. The villa was transformed into an intelligent mechanical laboratory, and a series of comprehensive upgrades were made to Cool Play. However, some data is subject to market requirements and controls. In order to achieve mass production, he had to consider both the practicality of Cool Play and application issues and the compliance of product quality inspection. These 2 factors restrained Mu Xingyuan. Therefore, he went to see Professor Qi Guangyuan, who was in charge of teaching robot motion control, once again without getting tired of it. Initially, Qi Guangyuan simply praised Mu Xingyuan for asking more professional questions compared to other students. Those who study this line of work need to have a spirit of exploration. But as he listened, he sensed something was wrong and interrupted Mu Xingyuan's question. What did you say? You've already created it. Mu Xingyuan nodded. Was it this motion module that was manufactured, or? My robot is called Cool Play, and these are the problems I'm encountering while upgrading it. Qi Guangyuan looked at Mu Xingyuan as if he were a monster. You mean you've now produced a home robot with scanning and detection capabilities, attack capabilities, and counter-reconnaissance and identification capabilities? And you also have a supercomputer? Yes, teacher. Without thinking too much, Qi Guangyuan stood up immediately. Take me to see your robot. Hearing his teacher's request, Mu Xingyuan was quite excited. He had been figuring things out on his own, and now he was finally going to have his own mentor? They arrived at Mu Xingyuan's laboratory. Qi Guangyuan also gained a new understanding of his financial resources. Goodness, this equipment is comparable to that of Beijing Airlines. Until he saw Kuyu show off his skills in the laboratory, Qi Guangyuan looked at Mu Xingyuan in disbelief. This is an artificial intelligence genius who fell from the sky? Mu Xingyuan felt the teacher's gaze and shyly made his request. Could you please guide me through the creation of Cool Game? No. Qi Guangyuan refused decisively, making Mu Xingyuan feel embarrassed. But the next second, he explained to Mu Xingyuan. My level is not high enough to guide you. I will introduce you to my teacher. Before parting, he looked at Mu Xingyuan with a complicated expression and answered the child's long-standing question. You always feel like something's off with Cool Play, and that feeling is correct. Because you're going in the wrong direction. Cool Play is a robot that can be used in the military, and you've wasted too much time on the civilian sector. A single sentence reveals the secret of heaven. Mu Xingyuan suddenly realized why Kuyu always gave him a sense of unease. It's like making a 1.9-meter-tall strong man wear a maid outfit. It's not like everything is wrong. Like Mu Xingyuan, who had been wandering aimlessly in the fog, he finally found his true direction. After reporting in advance, Qi Guangyuan took Mu Xingyuan to an experimental base in Kyoto on an ordinary Thursday. After undergoing extremely strict security checks, Mu Xingyuan felt as if a new world had been opened to him. Qi Guangyuan gently pushed him from behind. Go on. Teacher Wen will guide you on how to proceed to the next step. The light streamed in through the window behind me. It was like illuminating the path for the young man. After that, the counselor never saw Mu Xingyuan again, and he never appeared on the campus of Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics again. 3 years later, Mu Xingyuan led a team to participate in the China National Defense Electronics Exhibition. Cool Play also made its debut, with the message, wishing you a good mood every day, being translated into more than 200 languages to reach the world. 5 years later, Mu Xingyuan ended Professor Wen's project and led a team to establish the Chengxing Laboratory to undertake classified projects, fading from public view. Many years later, Mu Xingyuan's file has been classified as a top secret in China. The humiliating past of his childhood is now barely visible in news magazines. Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics reissued his university graduation certificate. They even named him an outstanding alumnus of Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, trying to ride on his popularity. Even in his later years, when he was interviewed by a reporter and granted permission for the reporter to compile his memoirs, the reporter pieced together the story of this great man's childhood from his own memories. At the end of the first chapter of the memoir, these few lines were written. The moment he truly broke away from the Song family and left Haiqing. Only then did I see this vast world. It opened up a world that belonged only to him. The Star Era. There will be a spin-off about the Song family. The Song family's ending is in the spin-off, and Liao Shan's spin-off. The foreshadowing left earlier will be explained. Please watch as needed. Chapter 227 Extra Chapter, Song Family. Since I went to university, Song Xingyu's life took a complete turn for the worse. With just a little money, he could have a group of sycophantic lackeys around him. In addition, Song Xingyu, who doesn't understand the meaning of being low-key, always drives a luxury car. He instantly became a hot commodity at Haicheng University after the start of the semester. He is different from Song Yushu back then. Now, Song Xingyu controls the Song family's finances, and no one can control his spending. People who have been suppressed for a long time will lose themselves once they taste power. He's already had 4 girlfriends in just 3 months since the start of the semester. He also joined the External Relations Department of the Haicheng University Student Union. Whenever the school organizes an event and is short of sponsorship funds, Song Xingyu always makes up the difference out of her own pocket, which makes the students in the External Relations Department of this year's student union extremely happy. What the god of wealth, Song Xingyu, needs is just a little bit of respectability and flattery. Everyone will naturally be satisfied. This resulted in him being surrounded by people who fawned over him. As time went on, the group resorted to their old tricks, trying to drag Song Xingyu down the path of drug addiction as well. However, these people never expected that Song Yushu's experience would make Song Xingyu extremely cautious in this matter. What is this? Seeing the sugar pills handed to her by her underlings who usually surrounded her, Song Xingyu sat up abruptly. This is a really good thing. If I didn't have connections, I wouldn't have been able to get my hands on this. Smack. He didn't expect that the next second Song Xingyu would pick up the sugar pill and throw it in his face. You think you can fool me? Should I call the police and have them ask you what this is? These people never expected Song Xingyu to react so strongly. The others nearby, quite perceptive, shooed the man away, saying, "Brother, don't be angry. I'll call 2 pretty girls over. Didn't you want to meet that sophomore campus belle?" Disheartened by the unexpected situation, Song Xingyu got up and left the bar. As he drove along, feeling the night breeze of Haicheng, his mood finally calmed down. Trying to destroy me with something like this? Impossible. He was more vigilant than ever before about this matter. As long as I don't gamble or do drugs, this money will be enough for me to live a carefree life. In this respect, Song Xingyu has learned her lesson. However, he didn't understand that compared to gambling and drugs, reckless investments would wipe out money even faster. Meanwhile, some people around him have already come up with this idea. A senior alumnus from Haicheng University came to Song Xingyu seeking investment after making a PPT presentation. He was just trying it out, but the timing was perfect. After indulging in debauchery for some time, Song Xingyu was feeling a bit bored when this senior student seeking investment came knocking on her door. I heard the other party talking at length about new materials and environmentally friendly technologies. For some reason, Song Xingyu suddenly remembered someone she hadn't thought of in a long time, Mu Xingyuan. He started a company called Cool Play and made it quite successful. Song Xingyu, who considered herself no less capable than Mu Xingyuan, directly asked her senior to leave behind the investment plan, pretending to be very knowledgeable. Let me assess the feasibility. What could Song Xingyu, who actually had no concept of this, possibly assess? He simply opened Baidu and looked up each term shown in the PPT to understand what kind of project the other party wanted to undertake. I also found bloggers on short video platforms and heard them praising this field to the skies in their videos, saying that it was a blue ocean with a bright future. The decision was made immediately and the ballot was cast. This senior is also a talented person. I booked a hotel and asked a friend who works at an advertising company to help me. They planned a proper signing ceremony. They signed a contract with Song Xingyu and successfully received the first installment of 1 million yuan in investment. This senior's success is like opening a door to a new world for some people. One after another, people approached Song Xingyu to look at projects. Of course, he wasn't a fool with too much money to spend. He was quite cautious in his investments, except for this senior's project. I only applied for one genetic testing project. This investment was larger, 3 million. However, this is just the beginning. At a drinking party, Song Xingyu met a beautiful girl from the film academy. The girl, wearing a uniform top and pleated skirt, looked exceptionally pure and lovely among a group of girls dressed in slightly mature and revealing outfits. And this girl was just as difficult to win over as Song Xingyu had imagined. They don't care if you offer them a bag. When offered luxury jewelry, the girl said their relationship wasn't at that stage yet. This beautiful woman really piqued Song Xingyu's interest. It's interesting that he's not swayed by money. Song Xingyu pursued him earnestly for 3 months. By consistently appearing at the film academy regardless of the weather, helping the girl get rid of troublesome male classmates, and solving her problems, he eventually won her heart. But the naive Song Xingyu didn't know that the beautiful woman didn't accept his bags and watches because she didn't value money. Instead, they're planning to make a big splash. In the second week after the two confirmed their relationship, the girl took Song Xingyu to a business dinner party. I met Zhang Zhu, a director who was considered a rising star. Director Zhang's new film lacks both investment and a female lead. After chatting for a few minutes, his girlfriend turned her attention to him. Song Xingyu suddenly understood. The leading actress and the investors. Aren't those already readily available? He thought investing in a movie would only cost around $1 million. Who knew that Zhang Zhu would go back, draft the contract, prepare the budget, and then immediately ask for $10 million. Song Xingyu has already made her statement, and director Zhang has promised to cast his girlfriend as the lead actress. Even the people around him knew that he was going to invest in a movie. He can't back down when it comes to actually getting the money. He gritted his teeth, sold one of his properties in Haicheng, and used the funds to invest in Zhang Zhu's film. He had done his homework on the matter. A recent film cost 300 million yuan to make, but earned 4 billion yuan. His girlfriend is so beautiful, if he invests 10 million, he might get 200 million back. The movie hasn't even started filming yet. His girlfriend had given him the feeling of being a kept woman, which satisfied Song Xingyu's vanity. A large sum of money just came out here. The senior student's new energy materials business is short of money again, and he's come to Song Xingyu again asking for investment. Give it to me. This RD is a bottomless pit. If they don't give it to us, then the previous million will be wasted. After thinking it over, Song Xingyu transferred another 500,000 yuan to the other party. In just 1 year, Song Xingyu, who squandered money recklessly, not only spent all the liquid assets on the Song family's books, but also sold 2 properties. 2 years later, Song Yuqin was released from prison after serving her sentence. Song Xingyu has begun to gradually sell off her shares. The day Song Yuqin was released from prison, only her subordinates came to pick her up. None of her family members were there. Take me home first. She had been in prison for a while and knew that a lot of big things had happened at home. However, seeing Song Anmin's current situation with her own eyes still shocked Song Yuqin. Chapter 228 Extra Chapter, Song Family Part 2. Dad. Isn't Dad only paralyzed on one side? He looks so seriously injured. The person in the wheelchair was dressed cleanly, and a blanket covered their lower body. He couldn't utter a single complete sentence. Seeing Song Anmin's mouth opening and closing, Song Yuqin had no choice but to step closer and try to hear what he was saying. Unexpectedly, Song Anmin, who was in a wheelchair, suddenly became excited when he saw that it was his eldest daughter. He exerted himself with great effort. The nanny seemed to have sensed something was amiss and came over immediately. 2 hands held down the restless Song Anmin like iron clamps, while the tone of voice sounded like soothing but was actually threatening. Sir, please don't get agitated. During the argument, the blanket on Song Anmin's lap slipped to the ground. Startled by the sudden scene, Song Yuqin screamed, covered her face, and turned away. How are you taking care of my dad? Why won't you even give him a pair of pants to wear? Her tone was both shocked and angry. The nanny, without batting an eye, stuffed the blanket back into place. He can't control his urination now, and it's inconvenient for him to wear pants. What kind of excuse is this? It's not like there aren't adult diapers available. Why can't I wear pants? But you can't just not let us wear it. Song Yuqin's tone was already very angry, and it looked like she was about to argue with the nanny. The nanny, on the other hand, seemed completely unconcerned. It was arranged by the young master. If you have any objections, please go and talk to him. Looking at her father in the wheelchair, Song Yuqin didn't know how to face him, so she simply turned around and went upstairs. Only then did they realize that their rooms had already been occupied. The things left in the Song family back then have all been packed away and put somewhere. She pointed to her room. Who's sleeping in this room? Mr. Song. What about the master bedroom? Young master is asleep. The simple 2-sentence exchange made Song Yuqin nod repeatedly. Fine. Song Xingyu, you're really something. Dad's not even dead yet, and this whole family is all yours. Her voice had barely faded. Song Xingyu suddenly appeared from behind. Big sister, What are you shouting about here? Startled, Song Yuqin turned around. The Song Xingyu in front of her was also completely unfamiliar to her. The other person had a cigarette in their mouth. Their hair was permed and sprayed with hair wax, and they were dressed in hip-hop streetwear, leaning against the wall of the corridor. What kind of outfit is that? Song Xingyu exhaled a smoke ring. You're out of prison? Looking at his carefree younger brother. Suddenly, Song Yuqin lost the desire to chat with him and didn't want to say anything more to him. They immediately began questioning Song Xingyu. How did you take care of Dad? The nanny wouldn't even give him a pair of pants to wear, and she even told me that you made him do it. Song Xingyu, who was leaning against the door, took the cigarette down. It was definitely me who gave way. If you think I'm not taking good care of you, then take her away, Song Xingyu said, spitting out as she did so, deliberately disgusting Song Yuqin. Song Yuqin, who had just been released from prison, could not possibly take anyone there. Besides, this Song residence clearly belongs to Song Onmin. Before she could refute, Song Xingyu continued to spout off. You make it sound so nice, but weren't you the one who teamed up with second uncle to bring Dad down? Why are you pretending to be such a filial daughter now that you're back? These words made Song Yuqin blush. Wasn't that just a delaying tactic to prevent Pan Ro from running off with the family's money? Delaying tactics? Song Xingyu sneered. You're the one who caused Dad's illness, and you're the one who made him paralyzed. He clapped as he spoke, laughing loudly and shouting. The most filial daughter in the Song family angered her father to the point of paralysis. Ha ha, what a filial daughter. Unable to communicate with him normally, Song Yuqin's face turned red with anger. Before leaving, he took one last look at Song Xingyu and cursed him through gritted teeth. I think you're not mentally sound either. She went downstairs. Song Xingyu looked down at Song Yuqin from the top of the spiral staircase. Are you mentally sound? A convict. Song Yuqin, who was angered and ran away, never expected that the first malice she would receive after leaving prison would come from her own brother, her closest relative. Song Xingyu watched as Song Yuqin wiped away her tears and left the Song residence, just as she had hoped. He lit another cigarette and hummed an unknown tune. Everything in the Song family belongs to me, and no one can take it away. After spending 3 years in prison, Song Yuqin's personality has changed a lot. Even though Song Xingyu made her angry and drove her away, she still wanted to ease the tension between herself and her brother. After all, their father was sick and their mother was in a mental hospital. Among the siblings in Haiqing, they were the closest people. But Song Yuqin just couldn't understand why Song Xingyu had changed so much. He repeatedly verbally humiliated Song Yuqin. Even though she knew that Shui Wan had caused her skin condition, she still kept bringing it up to mock her openly. Even if Song Yuqin wanted to be a good older sister, she couldn't stand having a younger brother like that. In the end, she made a harsh statement, severing her sibling relationship with Song Xingyu and being kicked out by him, never to set foot in the Song residence again. This year's New Year's Day film season, Song Xingyu invested a total of 28 million yuan in the film Begonia Without Fragrance, which was released. After 7 days in theaters, it received a 2.5 rating on a certain website. It was dubbed the worst movie of the year. They wanted to make an art film while also making money in the market. But in the end, they produced a hodgepodge that resulted in a complete flop, from the director to the lead actors. Even so, the director still came to Song Xingyu to ask for publicity and distribution fees. Song Xingyu kicked them out. As soon as the movie was released, he almost became the laughingstock of the people around him. However, this is not the end. During a drinking party, Song Xingyu overheard that the director of this movie had a history of falsifying accounts and defrauding investors. I went to the director's house that very night to get to the bottom of things. Who knew that he would end up catching his girlfriend in bed with the director? Enraged, Song Xingyu physically assaulted someone. That night, all three went to the police station. In the end, due to the director's broken nose, they settled the matter privately and ended up spending another 500,000 yuan to go to the police station. He lost both his wife and his army. I was completely listless for a while. By the time he recovered, he was already a junior in college, in a daze. Once bitten, twice shy, Song Xingyu rejected several scripts offered by filmmakers. Among them are the science fiction film Star Desert, which suddenly became a hit at the end of the year, and the commercially successful comedy absconding with the money. Song Xingyu has become a complete laughingstock in some circles. Some people in Haicheng ridiculed him as a genius in the investment world, saying that all the projects he favored were bound to fail, while the projects he abandoned might actually become huge successes. The young master of the Song family has become someone who can't be brought into the public eye. Another year passed just like that. I've graduated from university. Chapter 229, Song Family Side Story 3, End. Song Xingyu, who didn't even remember her advisor's name during her 4 years of university, had her graduation thesis written by someone else, and even paid someone to defend her thesis on the day of the defense. He got by finding connections during his 4 years of university, but he never expected things to go wrong at the last minute. I failed my thesis defense and had to postpone my graduation. But he doesn't care about that. What difference will a diploma make to his life now? Won't. Song Xingyu remained immersed in her glamorous and decadent lifestyle. The stocks I held were gradually sold off short. The investments yielded no returns, and those people even tried to extract more money from his pocket. His eldest sister, Song Yuqin, and second sister, Song Yuqi, both severed ties with him. In the entire Song residence, apart from Song Anmin, who was locked in the house all day, only he and the underage Song Yuhua remained. Ever since no one cared about Song Yu's paintings, she became increasingly out of control and has now become abnormally overweight. Song Xingyu didn't even bother to glance at her. She couldn't even eat. In the 6th year of Song Anmin's paralysis, Song Yushu was released from prison. Song Xingyu, who was plotting at home how to drive her third sister out of the house, waited for several days, but Song Yushu did not return. With the money he earned in prison, Song Yushu bought a train ticket and left Haicheng. After that, there was no further news. One day, Song Xingyu suddenly discovered that the money in her account was disappearing again after she spent it. Before he knew it, Song Anmin had squandered almost all of his savings. He fired the nanny, housekeeper, and driver, reduced the family's expenses. While Song Xingyu was at home trying to figure out where else she could get some money, she suddenly thought of someone. He went to his senior to ask for investment and profit sharing. After all these years, the result his senior presented him was still just a PowerPoint presentation. Even if Song Xingyu was stupid, she would know that she had been tricked. Moreover, he has invested more than 5 million yuan in the project since its inception. Once Song Xingyu realized what had happened, she stopped talking about sentimentality and directly sued him, sending him to prison. Unfortunately, even after he got the person in jail, he still didn't get the money back. The other party guessed that this day might come. He and his wife never registered their marriage. He had her open a trading company and laundered all the money into her personal assets. The flow of funds is now untraceable. Even with court-ordered enforcement, not a single penny was recovered, and Song Xingyu's 5 million yuan was essentially wasted. Despite his senior's family members pleading with him and playing the victim, he refused to withdraw the lawsuit. In the end, the senior was sentenced to 10 years for economic crimes. Those who used to follow him discovered that Song Xingyu could be ruthless and showed no mercy. Everyone here has families now, which is different from when they were young. They've all found opportunities to break off contact with Song Xingyu. Summer of the 7th year. Song Anmin, who had been bedridden for a long time, developed bed sores. One morning, he was found collapsed at the kitchen doorway. Bloodstains spread from his wrist to the floor. Although Song Xingyu cursed the old bastard every day for not dying, when he actually saw that Song Anmin was still breathing, he regained a sliver of humanity. "I want to call 120, emergency services." Suddenly, a pair of chubby hands reached out. They stopped him. "Dad is dead." Anxious Song Xingyu pushed her hand away. "Dad is still breathing." Song Yuhua suddenly spoke in a low voice. "He will kill everyone who disobeys him, including you." The sun was blazing outside the window, but Song Xingyu still couldn't help but shiver. He recalled being beaten half to death once, and slowly put down his phone. By the time he came to his senses and called an ambulance, Song Anmin on the ground was already dead. Song Anmin's funeral was not very dignified. His children got into a fight during his farewell ceremony. Song Xingyu was like a mad dog. "Stop pretending to be filial daughters. I've been taking care of Dad for the past 7 years. Where have you all been? If you have any conscience at all, Why don't you take Dad and take care of him yourselves? This blatant attempt to shift the blame made Song Yuqin's hands tremble with anger. When I wanted to take Dad away, it was you who wouldn't let me, saying I was after Dad's money. Song Xingyu suddenly smiled, as if her lips were twitching. I've taken care of Dad and Song Yuhua for so many years. The inheritance should belong to me. It's all mine. Until Song Yuqin found a professional asset manager. After taking stock of the assets, it was discovered that Song Xingyu had already sold off most of Song Onmin's belongings. In the end, only the Song residence remained, an old and dilapidated house that Song Onmin had bought and that he and Chui Wan had once rented. There are also 2 worthless cars. The lawsuit here hasn't been resolved yet. Meanwhile, Chui Wan got into trouble again. Song Yuhua suddenly went to the mental hospital to see Chui Wan. When she saw her, she told her about Song Onmin's suicide. Chui Wan did not react at the time. However, on the 7th day after Song Onmin's death, Chui Wan took an overdose of sleeping pills and went directly to the grave. It wasn't until an autopsy revealed a large dose of sleeping pills in her stomach that the hospital realized Chui Wan's apparent improvement was all an act. Song Onmin's death was like a countdown to her own. Within a week, my father and mother passed away one after the other. The Song siblings, whose relationship was never harmonious to begin with, completely broke off relations. The day they finally reunited at the Song residence was a rainy night. Suddenly, Song Yuqi stepped forward and slapped Song Xingyu, but Song Xingyu, who didn't tolerate her, slapped her back. Having endured a miserable existence in the He family, Song Yuqi left the Song residence with a sense of anger, only to realize upon looking back that she had nowhere to go in this life. After she left, Song Yuqin looked at Song Xingyu. She is the only respectable person left in the Song family, and she has climbed to a good position in the Song group. However, she has to go to the hospital every 2 or 3 days because of her health condition. She can no longer withstand high-intensity work. If this continues, they may have to step down to a 2nd-tier position in a few years. Song Xingyu, is this the result you wanted? Song Xingyu sat on the sofa with her legs crossed, lightly licking the corner of her mouth, looking unruly. Aren't you leaving yet? Planning to stay here and observe 3 years of mourning for Dad. In the end, everyone left the Song residence. Only Song Xingyu and Song Yuhua, who was sitting opposite him and completely sunk into the sofa, remained. He looked at Song Yuhua, who weighed nearly 200 pounds and whose features showed no resemblance to a member of the Song family, and suddenly laughed. Brother, what are you laughing at? Song Xingyu didn't know what she was laughing at. But he can't cry at this time, can he? For whom do we cry? For ourselves? 20 years later. Next to the barbecue stall downstairs in the old, dilapidated building, Song Xingyu, now middle-aged, sat on a small stool with a scruffy beard and wearing slippers, trying to find some peace and quiet. Upstairs, Song Yuhua brought her boyfriend, who weighed over 200 pounds, home for the night. The two sat on the sofa, and Song Xingyu was afraid the sofa would collapse. The barbecue stall owner was preparing to tune the TV to a sports game. The computer boots up and directly accesses CCTV. A familiar face appeared on the television screen. People nearby chatted, "Have you been watching the news lately?" Upon seeing the other person gesturing towards the person on the TV, the man next to him exclaimed in surprise, "Why would I need to look at it?" The text message was sent to my phone. It has all sorts of titles, like Turing Award winner and academician of the Chinese Academy of Sciences. They say we'll soon be able to travel between stars, and going to space will be as convenient as going to Shanghai. Not far away, Song Xingyu spat out the sunflower seed shells in her hand. "I know him." "Bullshit." Others laughed at him. Even the boss mocked him. "Who is he that you think you can get to know him?" "I really know him. He was originally my family's adopted son. My parents raised him." Upon hearing his boastful words, the others immediately turned their heads away and ignored him. People these days will say anything if they've even had a little bit of horse piss on them. Of course, I could have said he was my son. Seeing this, Song Xingyu took out her phone. "Don't disbelieve me. I have photos and phone numbers." He took out his phone and searched for a long time, but couldn't find any trace related to Mu Xingyuan. The shop owner handed him a bunch of small skewers. "If he were really your adopted son, would you still be coming to my restaurant?" You'd be traveling in interstellar space right now. Song Xingyu didn't take his skewers. She was still scrolling through her phone. No? What? Not a single photo. The Song family side story has ended. Chapter 230 Extra Chapter, Liao Shani. Haicheng. This is a city that Liao Shan had only heard of in her geography textbook. The blood sample of the child your Aunt Kong lost is in Haicheng. Now we're just waiting for another paternity test. To avoid any misunderstandings, they plan to hire a private investigator to retrieve the samples. Upon hearing this, Liao Shan suddenly became interested. No need for a private investigator. Let me handle it. She'd had enough of Shanghai. She had long been fed up with the monotonous daily life. Especially that idiot Chai Lin. Can't he find anything else to do besides pestering her every day? The thought of wasting her youth entangled with this kind of person made Liao Shan feel like she was going crazy. She persuaded her own parents and Mu's parents. Accompanied by 2 bodyguards arranged by his family, he arrived in Haicheng. This tiny moral education school actually required her to take an internal exam before accepting her as a transfer student. It doesn't matter. Anyway, what I'm best at is taking exams. Liao Shan, who was full of confidence, never expected this. She consistently ranked first in Shanghai, but surprisingly failed to take first place in Haicheng. Upon hearing her grades, her brother comforted her, saying that the teaching methods in the 2 places were different, and she was bound to be unaccustomed to it at first. He added that getting second place was already a great achievement. Liao Shan was only slightly surprised. She was well aware of her own strength. This Haicheng was truly an interesting place. After hearing that the person who ranked first in the exam was the Mu family's suspected missing youngest son, Liao Shan found it even more interesting. She liked the Mu family because they had a rare sincerity. Liao Shan, who prides herself on being righteous, wants to first check on the family's young child who has been lost and misled by outsiders. She deliberately had someone alter the unfashionable uniform of the number 1 middle school of moral education to make it tighter. Sure enough, boys her age fell for it. But Song Yuan surprised her. This guy was very gentlemanly. He never even glanced at places he shouldn't have. This made Liao Shan doubt her own charm. But a moment later, she shook her head in denial. I'm definitely fine. It must be him who has the problem. Interesting. Where there are interesting people, there are also uninteresting people. When Song Xingyu stopped her in the corridor, she seemed to see a low-budget version of Chai Lin, and the annoyance she hadn't felt since arriving in Haicheng returned. What surprised her even more was that no matter what kind of man he was, someone would be fighting over him. Fong Duo, whom I'm wary of contacting Song Xingyu, is supposedly Song Yuan's former fiancé? That would be interesting. If I remember correctly, Aunt Kong used to tease me a lot when I was little, saying that if Yu Liang wasn't a girl, I should be the Mu family's fiancé. Interesting. That's really interesting. That evening after school, Liao Shan was cornered by Fong Duo and her group in an alley outside the school. She even made a point of having her bodyguards stay far away. Back in Shanghai, nobody was willing to risk their life to ambush the Liao family's daughter. Unexpectedly, coming to Haicheng gave her the experience of being the female protagonist in a youth romance novel. Just as she had had enough of the other party's act and was about to call her bodyguard, a figure rushed in front of him. At that moment, Liao Shan seemed to feel a flutter in her heart, but seeing the blood flowing from Song Yuan brought her back to her senses. The handkerchief, stained with blood, was sent back to Shanghai along with Song Yuan's hair. The twin hospitals released the test results the following day. This Song Yuan is indeed the Mu family's lost youngest son. According to the original plan, she should have chosen to return to Shanghai at this time, but when her family asked about her plans, Liao Shan hesitated before deciding to stay. Moral education is actually quite fun. The image of the boy who stood up for her that night flashed through her mind. Yes, moral education is quite fun. After dealing with matters in Haicheng, the Mu family left Mu Xingyue behind to accompany Song Yuan through his senior year of high school in Haicheng. The rivalry between these twins, whether they're siblings, plays out every day. At first, Liao Shan watched it as just a spectacle, but she got tired of it after a few days. She rested her chin on her hand in the classroom, looking at the 2 people in front of her. Younger brother. It's my older brother. Good boy. Don't call me that. It's my older brother. How childish. I don't know if it's because moral education #1 middle school is interesting, or because I always encounter interesting things when I'm with Song Yuan. His fiancée, after hearing that Song Yuan was the Mu family's lost child, shamelessly continued to pester Song Yuan. This truly showed Liao Shan the thickness of human skin. At the same time, the newly crowned school beauty made a huge blunder, mistaking Song Xingyu for Song Yuan. This made Liao Shan unable to resist prying into Song Yuan's past. She called home and heard from her mother about the past, when Song Yuan's life in the Song family wasn't so good. Liao Shan, being a normal person, truly cannot understand the Song family's various actions. They're breaking the law. They should be arrested. The mother simply hummed in agreement. Song Yuan said he wanted to handle it himself, which is why Kong Yun and his wife didn't get involved. Solve it yourself? Liao Shan went from feeling sorry for his past experiences to being curious about how he would handle it, completely unaware that Liao Shan, who had always thought boys her age were immature and didn't like to talk to them, was actually quite different. Without realizing it, he had already invested a lot of energy in Song Yuan. She didn't want Song Yuan's gaze to fall on Fong Duo, not even for a second. Fong Duo, like the Song family, should disappear far from Song Yuan's world. Liao Shan deliberately whispered in Song Yuan's ear that she should be his fiancée, and to her delight, Mu Xingyuan's expression changed as a result. She never imagined that she would be the one caught in the trap. Good morning, fiancé. The other person's simple 4 words made Liao Shan dream of a wedding that night, and when the other person was putting a ring on her finger, that face suddenly became clear. Fiancé. When Liao Shan woke up from her dream, the corners of her mouth were still turned up. She sat up in bed, but couldn't resist lying back down and rolling around. No, Liao Shan. No. Don't let your mind wander. Don't be love-struck. The period of moral education reading was an extraordinary experience for Liao Shan. The resources available here, whether from students' parents or the school itself, are far inferior to those in Shanghai. But she met a great teacher and a group of very interesting classmates. Let's go to the amusement park together, and let's go on a study tour together. Boys take care of female classmates simply because they are girls, regardless of their looks or figure. The reason this group of people can get along is simply because they share similar temperaments and personalities, not because of whether their family backgrounds are similar or whether their parents are wealthy. The longer Liao Shan stayed here, the less she regretted coming to Haiqing. In particular, there is also Mu Xingyuan in Haiqing. Yes, on his 18th birthday, Song Yuan officially changed his name back to Mu Xingyuan. Actually, Song Yuan sounds quite nice. It's just that the family with the surname Song has some bad luck. Chapter 231 Extra Liao Shaner. After he changed his name back, Liao Shan asked him a question. Why didn't you call yourself Mu Qingxing, but instead called yourself Mu Xingyuan? To her surprise, Mu Xingyuan gave a very unexpected answer. A name is just a label. You can call me Qingxing if you like. Can I still call you Song Yuan? Unexpectedly, the other party shook his head at this moment. Song Yuan, please stop calling him that. That name belongs to another child. Although Mu Xingyuan tried his best to hide it, Liao Shan could still sense the sadness that flashed through his heart. Liao Shan didn't know why he was sad. Is it for the more than 10 years I wasted? Is it because the mother he has been trying to please is not his biological mother, and she has a real son named Song Yuan? Knowing she had asked the wrong question, Liao Shan stopped pressing Mu Xingyuan for answers and stopped asking him what he had done. All she knew was that Mu Xingyuan started taking leave frequently, even when he was busy with his senior year of high school. He would occasionally go out to take care of his own business. Liao Shan, who never suffered from internal strife, suddenly felt melancholy. Whether this melancholy was for herself or for Mu Xingyuan, who was seeking revenge for the past, she didn't know. Liao Shan later heard that Madame Song had poisoned her eldest daughter and married off her second daughter. The Song couple, who appear to have a very good relationship to outsiders, actually have a lot of problems behind the scenes. She didn't know how much of Mu Xingyuan's involvement was involved, but during the new year, she revealed to Mu Xingyuan that she had originally planned to go abroad. Liao Shan noticed that the other person's expression suddenly became unnatural. But I didn't dare look him in the eye. She wouldn't stop for a man, even if that man was Mu Xingyuan. The first flag-raising ceremony in the last 6 months. She stood with Mu Xingyuan under the national flag, and in that glance they exchanged, she seemed to have guessed Mu Xingyuan's decision. He, too, would not stop for a girl. In some ways, they are the same kind of people. After arriving in Haiqing, the only time Liao Shan used the Liao family's connections was to help a victim and a male teacher. She's not one to meddle in other people's business. However, she saw the shadow of Mu Xingyuan in this incident. The lawyer who was with the Gu family was Lu Yong, Mu Xingyuan's subordinate. Since Mu Xingyuan is determined to win, she will help him win spectacularly. Just before the college entrance examination, Liao Shan's score finally surpassed Mu Xingyuan's by 1 point. She asked the other person about their future plans. Do you want to go abroad? This seemingly casual question actually made Liao Shan's palms sweat with nervousness. I don't plan to go. I want to apply to schools in Kyoto. Liao Shan seemed unable to control herself when she said that rejection. I've recalled it countless times. But she still resolutely embarked on the path she had chosen. During their last meeting before leaving Haiqing, Mu Xingyuan invited her to dance one last time. To be honest, Mu Xingyuan's dancing skills were quite poor. I feel sorry for him for a second because of the dance partners he'll meet in college. A second later, Liao Shan's eyes lit up, and she used the same trick again, whispering a sentence in his ear. Just a heads up, if you meet a girl in Kyoto who looks about 80% like me, stay far away from her, the farther the better. She was pleased to see the surprise on Mu Xingyuan's face. He got into the car without looking back. The Liao family is destined to have sons. There are very few girls in the entire family, and Liao Shan is the only young woman with the surname Liao. Where did this second girl who looks just like her come from? This was just a little trick Liao Shan used. From now on, no matter how pretty a girl Mu Xingyuan sees, he'll probably think more about her. The vehicle gradually moved away from the Mu family's residence. Liao Shan couldn't help but turn around and glance at the gradually shrinking figure. That way, you won't forget me, right? Mu Xingyuan really didn't understand these little tricks of girls. Confused, he even asked Liao Qichang about it, after hearing from his brother that Mu Xingyuan was inquiring about a girl who looked like him. Liao Shan's eyes crinkled with laughter. This little fool. She was even a little relieved that her brother, Liao Qichang, was also at Beijing Airlines, which would make it even harder for Mu Xingyuan to forget her. The university she attended was naturally full of geniuses. Liao Shan was not particularly outstanding academically, but she was a beautiful and well-off Eastern woman. From the start of the school year, there has been no shortage of suitors from wealthy young men. Being far away in a foreign country and already an adult, her family naturally wouldn't restrict her from making friends. However, Liao Shan always found it boring. Whenever she had the intention to get closer to the boys, she would always give in because of a slight action from them. Liao Shan's pickiness actually attracted some people more because of her difficult nature. Some people even placed bets on who could win the favor of this Oriental beauty first. Meanwhile, Mu Xingyuan in China seems to have become a different person. Every time Liao Shan heard news from her brother, she had a strange feeling. Was this Mu Xingyuan really the same Mu Xingyuan she had met in moral education? The student refused to participate in any school activities, frequently skipped classes, and was even held back a grade. All of this left Liao Shan in disbelief. How could a person change so much in such a short time? What happened to Mu Xingyuan? Even a year and a half later, Mu Xingyuan completely disappeared from the public eye, and he never appeared on the campus of Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics again. After hesitating for a while, Liao Qichang still tried to persuade his sister. Sister, he is not the right man for you. He is not the Mu Xingyuan you described. No, Liao Shan denied decisively. Mu Xingyuan won't change, it's just that we don't know what happened to him, but I believe him. Liao Shan believed that she did not hear any news about him for the next 3 years. She asked Aunt Kong, but Aunt Kong didn't know where her son had gone or what he was doing either. During this time, she successfully completed her studies and met a somewhat unexpected person upon graduation. It happened in a nearby Chinese supermarket. A Chinese girl was standing next to a white man, her belly slightly protruding, looking at the ingredient list of snacks on the shelf. After watching it several times, Liao Shan tentatively called out Fong Duo's name. Unexpectedly, this person was actually Fong Duo. The two women were surprised, not pleased, when they met. After all, the The two of them didn't have a particularly good relationship before. Liao Shan looked at Fong Duo's belly and congratulated her. She gave a brief greeting and was about to turn and leave when Fong Duo suddenly called out to her from behind. Some people, once you let go, it's for life. Don't do something you'll regret. Both girls knew the meaning behind Fong Duo's words and who she was implying. Liao Shan turned her head and glanced at Fong Duo. She didn't know why Fong Duo was here, nor did she know why Fong Duo was pregnant with the child of the person next to her. But she knew that Fong Duo had just said something that was for her own good. Liao Shan turned around and solemnly said thank you. Chapter 232 Extra Chapter, Liao Shan End. She also declined her teacher's invitation to stay in the lab and resolutely chose to return to China. An impulsive decision led Liao Shan back to this land. However, she still couldn't find any trace of Mu Xingyuan. Liao Shan often fantasizes about where she and Mu Xingyuan will meet again after many years. My current style of dress is very mature, and my personality has changed a lot. What about Mu Xingyuan? What kind of person will he become? Do you still have that youthful spirit that you love so much? When will they meet? After starting work, Liao Shan's personality changed a lot. She no longer liked to tease others as she did when she was a child, and she rarely interacted with boys her own age anymore. Even if a colleague has romantic interest in her, they might also be deterred by her serious demeanor. The 4th year since returning to China, when she heard that she was to be sent to a new laboratory called Qingxing, Liao Shan had a vague answer in her heart. The person she's been longing for might be about to appear. If it's as she thinks, then everything makes sense. Why did Mu Xingyuan change so much after going to university? Why didn't Kang Yun, his biological mother, know where he went? Because he dedicated himself to the country. He was involved in a classified project. This wasn't Liao Shan's first time visiting the new lab, but it was the only time. From the moment she got out of the car, her heart was pounding uncontrollably. How should she face Mu Xingyuan? Jump up and give me a hug, or just give me a cheek kiss. Wouldn't that be a bit too forward? All illusions vanished the moment the door opened, because the person she longed for was standing at the door waiting for her. Liao Shan was stunned, tears streaming uncontrollably down her face. She couldn't bring herself to hug or kiss anyone. She seemed to lack even the strength to raise her arm to shake hands. Her colleagues who came with her were stunned when they saw her. What was going on with this famously cold beauty in their department? Why are you crying when you see the new leader? Mu Xingyuan took the initiative to step forward and hug Liao Shan tightly. Haven't seen you for a long time. #Yuan%. This was Liao Shan's response to long time no see. I can't hear it. I can't hear it at all. This project has been going on for 10 years. 10 years. How many decades does one have in a lifetime? Liao Shan was overjoyed that she had resolutely signed up when she first heard the project was called Qingxing. Otherwise, if Mu Xingyuan were to reappear in 10 years, she would probably have already erected a cenotaph for him. Liao Shan's crush on Mu Xingyuan became an open secret among everyone at the base. This cold beauty, who doesn't smile much and is serious and meticulous when working, smiles like a flower every time she sees their general manager Mu. Her eyes were full of affection. Seeing this, the male colleague who had been rejected by Liao Shan shook his head, saying, "Different people have different fates." Unfortunately, Chief Engineer Mu was so focused on the project that he didn't consider his personal feelings at all. This Liao Shan is one of them. I'm almost 30 and I've started into pure love stories. The progress of their relationship is making everyone anxious for them. Finally, one of the older engineers couldn't help but blurt out in front of Mu Xingyuan, "When can we drink your wedding wine?" Mu Xingyuan definitely puts his work first. But he's not a clueless straight man who can't see what's going on. Hearing this, he shook his head. Take it one step at a time. His intention was to make Liao Shan think things through, since he wasn't someone who could treat feelings lightly, and given their current positions. Dating, marriage, and having children all require reporting to the authorities. A hasty start followed by a hasty end is not what he wants to see. Unexpectedly, his careful consideration was misunderstood by Liao Shan. The project made a breakthrough in its 3rd year. At the celebration banquet that night, Liao Shan got herself drunk and, fueled by alcohol, vented her frustrations on Mu Xingyuan, saying things she shouldn't have said. "You're such a scumbag, you. Taking advantage of the fact that I like you. Mu Xingyuan helped Liao Shan back to her room, saying perfunctorily to the drunkard, "Yes, yes, yes." Unexpectedly, once they arrived at the room, Liao Shan suddenly became quiet. "You are still you, that's good." This made Mu Xingyuan laugh. "If I'm not me, then who am I?" He took off Liao Shan's shoes and wrung out a wet towel to wipe her neck and hands. Perhaps the warm steam dissipated some of Liao Shan's drunkenness. She suddenly turned her head to look at Mu Xingyuan by the bedside, her cheeks flushed with the effects of alcohol. "I've been looking for you for 8 years. He gestured with his hand to indicate the number 6. "If I had known I had fallen for you back then, I would never have gone abroad." Liao Shan suddenly started giggling again. However, Mu Xingyuan dared not make any further moves. He listened as the drunken Liao Shan recounted how, over the past 8 years, she had been searching for news of him everywhere, until the other person got tired of talking and fell into a deep sleep. Mu Xingyuan sat by her bedside all night. The next day, Liao Shan sobered up and had completely forgotten what had happened the night before, but Mu Xingyuan took to heart all the genuine feelings he had expressed while drunk. He felt indebted to his parents and siblings. "Now, there's one more person I owe. But there's still time." A month later, on Liao Shan's birthday, everyone had a simple celebration at the base. Afterwards, Mu Xingyuan went to Liao Shan's room alone. "I have something to tell you." Liao Shan placed the gifts everyone had given her on the table, and then picked up something else from the table, a smile on her face. "What is it?" As he spoke, Mu Xingyuan turned his head and found himself kneeling on one knee on the ground. "Dear Ms. Liao Shan, would you be willing to accept Mr. Mu Xingyuan's confession and spend the rest of your life with him?" Liao Shan was taken aback by the sudden surprise. This is a marriage proposal?" Liao Shan asked tentatively. "Yes." Mu Xingyuan knelt on one knee, without moving an inch. "Shouldn't we start as boyfriend and girlfriend, and then?" Liao Shan, caught off guard, couldn't even finish her sentence. "We have wasted too much time, and I want to spend the rest of my life as a lover to make up for the lost 8 years. Liao Shan, sitting opposite, covered her mouth, her eyes filled with tears. "Are you willing?" How could she possibly refuse? This was something she had always dreamed of. Liao Shan stretched out her hand and slowly opened it, revealing a men's ring in her palm. Actually, she confessed her feelings to Mu Xingyuan today, but he beat her to it. Upon seeing the ring, Mu Xingyuan understood immediately. He took the ring and simultaneously slipped the ring he had prepared onto Liao Shan's ring finger. The next second, Liao Shan pulled him up. Their lips met, and they began a passionate kiss. In the instant the two came close, Liao Shan seemed to feel a joy that came from the depths of her soul. Like a traveler who has been lost for a long time, he has finally found his home. Liao Shan's side story is finished.